Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to day 3 of the 2023 Wisconsin State High School Ski and Snowboard Championship here at Mount Lacrosse. We're just a few minutes away from a hopefully on-time 8:30 start, so athletes and coaches, please start making your way to the top of the start gate. We're getting closer and closer here to an on-time start for 8:30 this morning for the boys' giant slalom race. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge some of the great sponsors that make this special event happen. Every year we get great support from local sponsors who make sure that everyone has a great state ski and high school ski and snowboard championships here at Mount Lacrosse. I'd like to thank Gerhardt's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store. Certainly, big thanks to Matthey Construction Company, as well as the Matthey family in Mount Lacrosse. First Supply. First Supply is the sponsor of the live feed to the internet, as well as Mitsubishi Electric Dairyland Power Cooperative, a Touchstone Energy Cooperative, Gustav A. Larson, Extraordinary Service and Innovative Solutions, Acre Properties, as well as Quick Trip, Fowler and Hammer, Badger, Soul Alpine, Pelliger Electric, Ryan Schultz and Associates with American Family Insurance, John Moore and his team at Moore Smiles Family Dental, Brennan Marine Professionals since 1919, the Nagy Alpine Growth Scholarship, as well as Trust Point and Melgus Real Estate. Rounding out our sponsors are Potato King, the Midwest High School Ski Conference, and ExploreLacrosse.com. Also like to put out a great big thank you to all of the volunteers here this weekend who have put in countless hours, both in the preliminary days up to this event, days, months, and weeks, as well as the weekend of the event. We really appreciate all of the gatekeepers, judges, officials, and helpers along the way that make this event one of the largest in the nation for high school ski and snowboard sport. Thanks for coming, and we'll be starting our boys' giant slalom here shortly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready to get this race started. We have our first Forerunner on course. He's leading us off this morning for the men's GS here at the Wisconsin State High School Ski Championships at Mount Lacrosse. We've got our first Forerunner on course. It's Miles Navin. Miles running this GS as he comes across the transition here. Like he's following a nice line. Miles Navin, correction. There's Miles, our first Forerunner. Thank you, Miles. Next Forerunner on course is Braden Patterson. Giving these athletes and coaches a little pre-look at this course. It's like a beautiful morning for racing here at Mount Lacrosse. Conditions have been groomed out. And our second Forerunner, Braden Patterson. And next racer, Ty Carpenter, approached the head wall and into the main part of the course. Ty Carpenter crosses the finish line as our third forerunner. One more forerunner out of the gate. We believe this is Ava Lindsay. And Ava crosses the finish line, giving our course a little pre-check here and getting our timing and everything coordinated. So I believe that does complete our forerunners for this morning. I am joined this morning by Amy Schwartz in the booth here this morning. We hope to bring you a great boys giant slalom race in just a moment.
Good morning, Rich. Good morning, Mount Lacrosse. It's going to be a great day of racing.
Little update, folks, on our start here. We are going to have a little 10-minute technical delay. Just stand by for the start. We are having a little situation here we need to resolve. Give us about 10 minutes, please. Appreciate your patience, and short delay in our boys' giant slalom start.
Just a quick update. The chair will be fixed in about 5 to 10 minutes. Reminder to the racers and all people riding the lift that please do not bounce the chair as you are riding it. That was a little problematic here. So please do not bounce the chair on the lift, and we will be ready to go in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Once again, we do appreciate your patience here as we get ready to host the 48th annual state high school championship here in Wisconsin. 48 years of ski racing in Wisconsin, with 30 of them being held here at Mount Lacrosse. Very proud of this tradition here at Mount Lacrosse. We've become known as a destination ski racing resort, and we've seen lots and lots of great high school racers go on to do great things in life. Not only just in racing and ski and snowboard racing, but great things in life. Amy Schwartz, that I announced with here, is a teacher and has seen many of these young men and women come through her classroom. Yesterday, she was pointing out someone who had skied that has become a nurse, and I mean, I'm sure the stories go on and on about watching these kids develop into great young men and women. So it's been a great tradition here at Mount Lacrosse, and I know we've enjoyed really watching some great ski racing here over the years.
Yeah, it is fun to watch them grow up and move on to the professional world. And I don't know, Rich, it's starting to make me feel a little old here. But it's fun.
Yeah, if you've had kids in school that have become doctors and lawyers and such, as the song goes, that's pretty neat.
Yep. I love it. With my knee surgery, one of my former students was the anesthesiologist.
Well,
so that was great.
There you go.
He did a great job.
Yeah, hopefully he was good at math.
Yep. It was great.
Again, we appreciate your patience here. Unanticipated delay. We are set to go as soon as we get some technical difficulties put aside here, and we'll be beginning this race shortly.
Just another reminder that if you weren't able to get your state apparel in the last couple days, maybe they didn't have your size or the right color, you can still go online and order whatever you'd like, and it will be delivered to your home. And the website is affiliated with the WIARA State Championship, so you can go to that. And the window opens tomorrow. It goes Tuesday to Tuesday, so you have a week to decide what you'd like to order. So please help support our state meet and purchase some cool state apparel.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to rock and roll here. And as Mountain Man Bill Potza says, let's get ready to rumble. Here with our giant slalom race on our boys' side of the event here this morning. We are ready to go with our first racer, bib number 142. He's a freshman from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie. He's on course now, Peter Waterman.
And Peter will be followed by one of our local racers, bib number 4, Cullen Sackman, from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team.
Wide turns and high speed is what we're going to see today on this giant slalom course as these boys come racing across that top part of the course on Thunderation into the drop-off here. Peter Waterman, freshman from Wisconsin Dells, approaching the finish line. Hard charging this morning with a time of 30.31. On deck and on course now is bib number 4 from Aquinas, Alaska West Salem, Cullen Sackman.
And in the start, we'll have bib 108, William Morgan, a senior from ULSBA LCL Trinity.
Cullen Sackman on course, a sophomore this year, skiing at his home hill. Doing a nice job on that line, keeping nice angulation through those last few gates. Cullen Sackman across the line with a time of 30.41.
On course is 108, William Morgan. Wasn't it William's birthday yesterday? Was that him?
Was William Morgan's birthday.
Happy birthday again, William Morgan, 18 years old.
18 in a day. Here's William Morgan. He's a senior from ULSBA LCL Trinity.
In the start is Charlie Robluski, a senior from Asheville Bay. Here comes William. Birthday boy from yesterday, William Morgan's time is a 30.61.
On course now, bib 21, Charlie Roboleski, a senior from Asheville Bay.
And in the start is 68, Tucker Sturm, a junior from Madison Memorial, Madison East.
Here's Charlie Roboleski from Asheville Bay. And the Asheville Bay fans are on fire here this morning. They've got their vocal cords all tuned up. Charlie knocking down a good run for Asheville Bay. Charlie crosses the finish line with a time of 32.35.
Now on course is bib 68, Tucker Sturm, a junior from Madison Memorial, Madison East. He'll be followed by bib number 71, Noah Bindis, a senior from Muskego. Noah had a great day yesterday. Let's see what he can bring today. We're looking at Tucker Sturm on course.
Here's Tucker. Tucker has a little skid out, loses a ski, and unfortunately Tucker Sturm did not finish.
And in the start we have Noah Bindis from Muskego. He'll be followed by Trip Hillier from Badger.
Here the course is clear before we send Noah. And on course now, bib 71, Noah Bindis. As Amy mentioned, he had a big weekend so far. Third place in this event last year, so he's going to be a contender here today.
And he got first yesterday in slalom, so let's see.
Yeah, let's keep our eyes on Noah Bindis, a senior from Muskego. Here he is on the front part of our course. Coming down the rainy day portion of our course here, Thunderation Rainy Day Transition, the name of that run. Noah Bindis, a senior from Muskego, staying tight to the gates as he approaches the finish line, turning in a time of 29.35, unofficially puts him in the first spot.
On course now is bib 25, Trip Hillier, a sophomore from Badger. And in the start is bib 55, Nick Peterson, a senior from Menominee Falls. There's Trip Hillier at the head wall.
Sophomore this year from Badger. Really has a nice line through the bottom portion of this course. Staying in position, nice and forward on his skis. Trip Hillier hits the line, turns in a time of 30.55.
I thought you'd say trip the line.
Trip, there you go. That's a good one.
There you go. Nice job by Trip Hillier. Our next racer is bib 55, Nick Peterson, a senior from Menominee Falls.
Nick's going to be followed by Jude Kunkel from Middleton.
And Nick Peterson looked good on this course, a senior, his final state meet here. Nick Peterson finishes with a time of 30.87.
Out of the gate now is Jude Kunkel, a senior from Middleton, bib 58. Jude will be followed by Mason Dorn from West Bend. Jude Kunkel out front. Really carrying some nice speed down the steep part of this course. handling it well. Really nice course this morning for these guys.
And here he comes, Jude Kunkel, senior from Middleton, finishes with a 29.71, 29.71 for Jude. Up next, we have bib 132, Mason Dorn, a sophomore from West Bend.
Mason will be followed by Leighton Jasperson from Slinger Hartford. We've got Mason Dorn out front.
Mason's doing a great job, a sophomore from West Bend. Mason finishes with a time of 31.27, 31.27. Now on course is bib 99, Leighton Jasperson, a senior from Slinger Hartford.
Leighton will be followed by James McNamara from Madison West. Leighton Jasperson from Slinger Hartford. Really, after that little delay, these guys are getting it done here today. They're coming at us fast and furious. This is Leighton Jasperson, a senior from Slinger Hartford. Crosses the line at 30.67 in a top 10 finish at officially 7.
On course now is bib 80, James McNamara, junior from Madison West. He'll be followed by bib 143, Logan Bloom, a freshman from Brookfield Central.
Here's James McNamara, skiing for Madison West. Skiing as an individual from Madison West. Correction, and here's James McNamara across the line. His time 32 even, 32.0.
And I guess bib 143 is not at the start yet, so we're going to move to bib 47, Jack Steiner, a senior from Marquette. He is on course. So Jack Steiner is on course. He'll be followed by bib 85, Hudson Krenning, a senior from Oconomowoc.
Really, on that corner up there, they all seem to be handling that transition into the steep really well. It was a nice course set at that red flag up there. They're coming in hot, as they say, to that transition. This is Jack Steiner from Marquette. Jack's time is 29.69. Unofficially pops him into the second position.
Now on course is bib 85, Hudson Kroening, a senior from Oconomowoc.
Right behind Hudson will be a local racer, Stefan Kovac from Logan Central. Watching Hudson Kroening.
And this is Hudson's final few gates here of his high school career. Hudson finishes with a 31.05, 31.05.
On course now, bib 38, a junior from Logan Central, Stefan Kovac.
And in the start is 122, Landon Westfall, a senior from Wausau.
Stefan looks like he has a nice line here. Very admirable finish yesterday in slalom. One of our favorite local racers here to watch. He's really on edge.
And here he comes. Stefan Kovac finishes with a time of 30.17.
Officially pops him into the fourth position. Landon Westfall on course from Wausau West, East, and DC Everest.
In the start is 146, Sam Hoagland, from sophomore from Wanakee. At the head wall, Landon Westfall.
And Landon has a little spin out, comes right back up, pops up off his hip. Got a whole big loss in time. That'll be a memory he's creating. And Landon Westfall across the line at 32.56. Sam Hoagland on course now, a sophomore from Wanakee.
And in the start is 129, Hayden Johansson, a senior from Whitefish Bay. There's Sam Hoagland at the head wall.
Sam's letting him run here, it looks like, today. Looking for more speed at each corner and really pointing him downhill. Let's see what Sam turns in for a time. Sophomore from Wanakee runs it in 30.63, a top 10 finish, unofficially number 9.
And up next, we have bib number 129, Hayden Johansson, a senior from Whitefish Bay. He'll be followed by 34, Bodie Stevens from Catholic Memorial. At the head wall is Hayden Johansson.
Hayden will be followed by Bodie Stevens from Catholic Memorial, senior.
Here comes Hayden Johansson, the senior from Whitefish Bay, to the finish. Hayden's time is a 31.49. 31.49 for Hayden.
On course now is Bodie Stevens from Catholic Memorial. He's a senior this year. Bodie in front of us, be followed by Chase Raven from Hudson. Name like Bodie, you got to be a ski racer. Here comes Bodie Stevens from Catholic Memorial.
He's got a huge fan base
He
cheering
sure
him on.
does. Bodie runs across the line at 30.54, puts him in the top 10.
Our next racer is bib 153, Chase Raven, an individual from Hudson.
He'll be followed by another individual from Wausau, Sam Durner, a freshman. This is Chase Raven.
Chase had a good day yesterday in slalom. Finished in the top 5. Here comes Chase Raven from Hudson. And Chase is having a nice run here. Chase Raven's time is a 30.93. 30.93 for Chase.
Sam Durner on course now, bib 144. He's homeschooled in Wausau, skiing as an individual. Sam will be followed by Cole Thompson, another individual, a junior from Kettle Moraine.
And we're watching Sam Durner on course. Just a freshman here.
Seeing Sam yesterday, I think I mentioned he's skiing beyond his years as a freshman here. Sam Durner from Wausau crossing the finish line at 30.7. 30.7.
And on course now, we have bib 157, Cole Thompson, a junior from Kettle Moraine. He'll be followed by 116, Jonas Siebert, a junior from Waukesha.
Winding down the last few skiers in our number 1 seed here. Watching Cole Thompson from Kettle Moraine. Love to hear those fans. They can hear you too.
Here comes Cole Thompson to the finish with a time of 32.18, 32.18.
On course now is Jonas Siebert, bib 116. He's a junior from Waukesha.
And in the start is bib 12, Max Rabella from Arrowhead.
Got Jonas Siebert out front. Bib 116 doing a nice job in the final portion of this course. It's a fairly long course for these racers. A lot of them don't get on a course quite this long on their home training hills. Jonas Siebert comes across at 33.66.
Now on course is bib 12, Max Rabella from Arrowhead.
Max will be followed by the final skier in seed number 1, Riley Darm. Max Rabella's got his fans with him from Arrowhead. Arrowhead fans always make some noise. Max Rabella screaming to the finish line, turns in a time of 28.97. Max brings it home.
And unofficially, first place right there for Max. Our next racer is bib 96, Riley Zarm, a senior from Rhinelander, Northland Pines.
Riley will be a final skier in the number 1 seed.
And there's Riley at the head wall. And Rhinelander's fan base is here again, cheering on Riley Zarm as he makes his way through this Super G course. Here he comes, Riley Zarm to the finish. And Riley's time is a 33.89, 33.89. And that's the end of our first seed. And we're going to take a quick pause for the clippers to come through and keep it clean.
Want to thank the course volunteers there working on our course. Each and every one of those skiers that you see coming down are ex-ski racing folks that have been ski racers in some part of their life. So they're not just random skiers that we employ here. They are simply former racers who love to help out, volunteer their time, and make sure this race is run effectively. So we do have trained professionals out there, and we like to thank them for everything they do. Looks like we're ready to go. The first racer in seed number 2 is in the gate, ready to go. It'll be bib 145 as a sophomore from Kettle Moraine, Owen Fenning.
And in the following Owen will be 125, John Egan, a junior from Whitefish Bay.
We've got Owen Fenning on course as a sophomore from Kettle Moraine. First skier in seed number 2.
And the Kettle Moraine fans are warming up here for Owen Fenning.
In the start gate is John Egan, the junior from Whitefish Bay. We've got eyes on Owen Fenning out front in the last few gates here in this boys giant slalom race. Owen Fenning comes across the line with 31.6.
Now on course is 125, John Egan from Whitefish Bay. He'll be followed by 44, Simon Bartos, a sophomore from Marquette. And there's John Egan at the head wall.
Gotta like that bright orange helmet. Can keep a good eye on John. He's staying tight to those gates. Maintaining some speed through the bottom part of this course. John Egan, a junior from Whitefish Bay, brings a time of 32.36.
Now on course is bib 44, Simon Bartos, a sophomore from Marquette. In the start will be 158, Alec Weiss, a senior from Edgewood. And there's Simon Bartos at the head wall.
Like I said yesterday, Amy, I'm glad they have those blue lines. I wouldn't know where to go out there.
I wouldn't either.
This is Simon Bartos from Marquette putting down a nice run. Staying on top of those skis, coming across at 31.07. On course now, bib 158 from Edgewood, skiing as an individual. He's a senior this year, Alec Weiss.
And in the start will be bib 100, Noah McMeekin, a sophomore from Slinger, Hartford. We're looking at Alec Weiss now from Edgewood.
Just a little bobble where he got his hand up over his head, but came right back into position nicely there. It's all about recovery and thinking quickly. They're processing lots of information, and he turns in a time of 31.2.
Now on course, bib 100, Noah McMeekin, a sophomore from Slinger, Hartford. And in the start will be 73, Rowan Gray, a senior from Muskego.
Got Noah McMeekin out front. Once again, Noah had a little slide out there, got out of position just a little bit.
And Noah's going to do a little hiking up to that blue gate. And he's back on course.
Sophomore this year from Slinger, Hartford. A little bit of a spin out there. Skiing well other than that spin out, and a time of 49.73. On course now is Rowan Gray. He's a senior from Muskego.
In the start is 131, Marcus Brightus, senior from West Bend.
Rowan Gray in the bottom portion of this course, knocking down his last GS run of his high school ski racing career. Rowan Gray staying on the skis and a time of 32.4.
Nice run by Rowan. Up next is 131, Marcus Brightus, a senior from West Bend. He'll be followed by bib 8, Charlie Bruck, junior from Arrowhead.
Got Marcus Brightus out front. Also will be closing out his high school GS career here with this run. Brightus, West Bend, turns in a time of 31.55.
Charlie Bruss is up next. He had a good day yesterday. Made top 5, and we're going to see what he can do on this Super G. Here he is, Charlie Bruss from Arrowhead.
Arrowhead always has been a strong skiing team and a strong force in high school racing here in Wisconsin. Charlie Bruss carrying on that tradition with a time of 29.47, puts him in the unofficial 3rd position.
Now on course is bib 29, Brady Acker, a sophomore from Catholic Memorial. He'll be followed by 89, Austin Steiner from Oconomowoc.
Acker we see on the Jumbotron in the top portion of the course here. We watch that transition down into the steep. A little bit of a wiggle worm there, but he got right back on the skis.
Catholic Memorial is cheering Brady Acker on to the finish here. Bib 29, Brady Acker, finishes with a time of 32.79, 32.79.
On course now is Austin Steiner, a freshman from Oconomowoc. On deck behind Austin will be Alec Mortvet from Madison Memorial. Austin Steiner is out in front of us. He's really holding some nice speed through this transition here. Really showing us what a freshman can do on that course. First trip to the state meet here in La Crosse for Austin Steiner from Oconomowoc with a time of 30.1. Puts him in a top 10 position for unofficially number 6.
On course is Bib 66, Alec Mortfed, a freshman from Madison Memorial Madison East team. He'll be followed by Bib 23, Jack Clark from Badger.
Got Alec Mortfed out front now, another freshman. Again, showing us what those freshmen can do here today. He looks like he's got a really nice line, staying close to those gates. Pushing hard for these last couple of gates. Not leaving anything on the table for Alec. 30.88, 30.88. Jack Clark on course now. He's a junior from Badger. Jack will be followed by
Adam Boat from Wausau. And Jack Clark had a great day yesterday, top 5 finish. Here he is on the Super G.
It shows he's really going on edge here again. Same technique as in the slalom, tight to the gates and lots of quick turns.
And here comes Jack Clark finishing with a 29.89, 29.89, putting him in unofficial 6th place.
Adam Bouch on course now, a senior from Wausau West, East, and DC Everest. Adam will be followed by Patrick Gunderson, a local skier from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem. Adam Bouch doing a nice job, got a little bit in the back, but he really got back in position there on that transition.
And here he comes, Adam Bout, a senior from Wausau, to the finish. Adam's time is a 31.30. 31.30 for Adam Bout. Our next racer is Bib 3, Patty Gunderson, a sophomore from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem.
Behind Patty will be Connor Boyle from Waukesha. Gate. This is Patty Gunderson. Yeah, Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem. Trains here in La Crosse. So at his home hill, he's been up and down this one a couple of times, is my guess. Here's Patrick Gunderson across the line. 29.7 drops him into the top 10 position with an unofficial number 6.
A nice run by Patty. Now on course, Bib 110, Connor Boyle, a junior from Waukesha.
Right behind Connor will be Logan Gilbert from Ashwa Bay. We are going to hold the start just for a moment for that panel repair that needs to happen. We'll get somebody on that in just a moment. Connor Boyle is waiting in the gate. Little difference from the skiing we saw yesterday in the slalom where they actually knocked the gate down. This one they actually have to go around. Sometimes they do knock those panels loose. So we've had our panel repair. We'll resume in a moment. We are clear to resume, and we have Connor Boyle on course, a junior from Waukesha. Logan Gilbert is on deck, a freshman from Ashwa Bay. Got Connor Boyle just into the pit here. Let's keep an eye on Connor.
In the start, we have Bib 16, Logan Gilbert. Following Logan will be Bib 94, Ben Olson. Here comes Connor Boyle, a junior from Waukesha, to the finish. Connor's time is a 32.50, 32.50.
On course now, Bib 16 from Ashwa Bay. This is Logan Gilbert.
In the start, Bib 94, Ben Olson, a freshman from Rhinelander, Northern Pines. At the head wall is our freshman from Ashwa Bay, Logan Gilbert.
Really great to see the freshmen skiing so well because we know we're going to have several more years of good racing out of these guys. So Logan Gilbert doing a nice job for Ashwa Bay. Beautiful day for racing here at Mount La Crosse. Logan Gilbert crosses at 32.29.
Now on course, just out of the gate, is Bib 94, Ben Olson. He'll be followed by 154, Alexander Robert, a senior from Cedarburg, racing as an individual. But this is Ben Olson.
Another freshman here. We're having a little streak of freshmen, and Ben has a little skid out there. Just tagged that gate a little bit on the way around. Looks like he's up and okay.
And Ben Olson loses a pole, but hikes back up and is going to finish now. Ben Olson from Rhinelander Northern Pines to the finish. Ben's time is a 50.99, 50.99.
On course now, Alexander Robert from Cedarburg. He's a senior this year, skiing as an individual.
In the start is bib 78, Callum Donovan, a junior from Madison West.
As Alexander approaches us, a quick note for spectators, if you could give our course workers a little lane to get through as they return back to the chairlift, we'd appreciate it. Spectators, if you could make a lane for our course workers, we need to do that. Alexander Robert on course from Cedarburg, got up on one ski but got it back together. Kind of just really rolling here at the bottom part of this course. Did get out of position, but he certainly got back in quick enough. Alexander Robert, a senior, turns in a time of 35.44. On course now, Callum Donovan from Madison West.
And Callum will be followed by 105, Grayson Ham from ULSBA LCL Trinity.
Callum Donovan has got some heat on. He got a little wide on that one, but he got back on course. Really had some heat on, got spun out again. And Callum is going to did not finish, unfortunately, but he did spin out and give us a little show there on the way.
We'd give him points for style. Nice job, Callum. Unfortunately, Callum will be a DNF. Our next racer is 105, Grayson Ham, who is now on course. He'll be followed by 149, Ben Newble, senior from Rice Lake. And we're looking at Grayson Ham, a senior. Final Super G in high school racing. Here he comes. Grayson Ham through the finish with a time of 32.04. 32.04. Up next is bib 149, Ben Newble, a senior from Rice Lake. He'll be followed by 39, Eric Moore from La Crosse Logan Central. We have a slight pause for a little panel repair. And again, Ben Newble is in the gate, and Eric Moore, one of our local racers, is following Ben.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you to Andy Stotterbach for our gate repair. He can do hip replacements, knee replacements, and fix the gate. Nice job, Andy.
On course now, we've got Ben Newble from Rice Lake skiing as an individual. And Eric Moore, a local skier, will be following him. He's a senior at Logan Central. This is Ben Newble from Rice Lake. Again, skiing as an individual, holding a nice line on the bottom part of this course.
This final race, as he's a senior, Ben Newble to the finish. Ben's time is a 33.18. 33.18.
On course now, a local racer from the Racing Moore family. This is Eric Moore. He's a senior at Logan Central this year. Eric very focused on this course today. Really doing a nice job. This is Eric Moore. Looking great coming into this. A little bit of a skid there, but he got back on it. Eric Moore headed towards the finish line. And Eric turns in a time of 30.58. 30.58 for Eric Moore. On course now, Jackson Butsky from Menominee Falls.
And Eric had a good day yesterday, finished 6th in slalom. This is Jackson Butsky on course. He'll be followed by bib 148, Kyle Lawrenson, a junior from McQuanago. In front of us is Jackson Butsky having some trouble there.
Yep, he just clipped the gate there and didn't.
And hopefully he's going to be okay. And we are approaching the last 3 racers of the second seed of the boys giant slalom. And we're hoping that everything's okay with Jackson Butsky. Like he's up and hopefully going to ski away without any major problems.
A little shout out to the Mountain Crosse Ski Patrol, ever ready, volunteer organization that has been providing their services here at Mount Lacrosse for the entire term, some years. So thanks to those men and women who volunteer their time. Jack's going to check over here and zoom this race in just a moment. Another racer spun out there. Like Kyle Lawrenson had a little trouble, junior from Mukwonago. Sorry we missed his start. But he had a little spin out at the head wall there too, so did not finish.
Bib number 148, Kyle Lawrenson. Our next racer is bib 63, Owen Winkleman, a sophomore from Middleton. And he'll be followed by bib 141, Lewis Waterman, a senior from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie.
On course now, we've got Owen Winkleman, a sophomore from Middleton. Bib number 63. Final skier of seed number 2 will be Lewis Waterman on deck. Out in front of us now, we've got Owen Winkleman, a sophomore from Middleton. Bib number 63. He's holding a nice line during the bottom part of this course here. Head down and focus for the finish. Nice aerodynamic line here for Owen Winkleman. Turns in a time of 30.91. 30.91 on course now. Bib 141, Lewis Waterman, a senior from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie.
And there's Lewis at the head wall coming in hot.
Really is. He's a little bit on the fringe there, but he's really gonna put together a nice run here. I think he's been a little bit loose on some of those turns, but Lewis comes through at 30.65.
Nice run by Lewis Waterman. That's the end of our second seed. We'll take a moment for a slip of the course, and we'll be back with seed number 3.
And here we go with bib 152. This is Henry Paul, senior from Wauwatosa. On deck behind Henry will be Ryan Optikar from Nicolay Shorewood.
And he'll be followed by bib 67. Axel Schulde is a junior from Madison Memorial, Madison East. We're looking at Henry Paul on course as he makes his way toward the finish. Our senior from Wauwatosa. Here comes Henry. Henry Paul's time is a 36.05. 36.05 at the top of the course now is bib 151. Ryan Optikar, a freshman from Nicolay Shorewood. There he is at the head wall.
Hi, on Ryan here as he approaches these last final gates here. Doing a nice job so far. 20 strong freshmen coming up into ski racing here in the Wisconsin high school circuit. Bib 151, Ryan Optikar crosses at 31.71.
Our next racer is bib 67. Axel Schulde is a junior from Madison Memorial East. Comes from a racing family. Bill Patza, Cindy Patza, Chrissy Storley in the house watching Axel.
Axel had a little trouble there on the top part of the course, it looks like. Lost a ski or both, and so did not finish.
So bib 67, unfortunately, is a did not finish. Our next racer is 150, Michael O'Driscoll, a senior from Edgewood.
Just a minute for his start. The course is set for Michael O'Driscoll. It is, and he is on course. He's a senior from Edgewood. Michael will be followed by Orion Wilson from Madison West. Michael O'Driscoll skiing as an individual today, and he's on the headwall portion of the course. Again, they're making that transition look pretty easy up there, but it's clearly not. A lot of speed to that first corner. Michael O'Driscoll. His eye on the prize here as he heads to the finish line. Michael O'Driscoll turns in a time of 34.28. On course now, Orion Wilson, a freshman from Madison West.
And in the start will be 147, Samuel Litzow, a senior from Wauwatosa.
Here's Orion Wilson approaching the head wall.
Another freshman here from Madison West.
Yeah, I am impressed with these freshmen. I guess I've said it before, but we really got some strong skiers here. Orion's putting together a nice run. Last few gates for Orion, and he crosses the line at 30.82.
Now on course is 147, Samuel Litzow, a senior from Wauwatosa. And in the start will be one of our local racers, bib 37, Benedict Altoff, sophomore from La Crosse, Logan Central. At the head wall is Samuel Litzow from Wauwatosa. And Samuel's a senior, so this is final GF. In high school racing, of course, this is Samuel to the finish. His time is a 34.24, 34.24.
On course now, local Logan Central racer Benedict Altoff. He's a sophomore this year. On deck is Håkan Hegland from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie.
There's Benedict at the head wall.
Benedict got a little wide, but got back in the course.
Let's hear it for our sophomore from La Crosse, Logan Central, Benedict Altoff to the finish. He finishes with a 33.39, 33.39.
Out of the gate now is Håkan Hegland, sophomore from Wisconsin Dells. On deck is Finn Rasmussen. Håkan Hegland to the tough part of the course here as they make that transition. Getting a little chatter. You can see that that course has been skied up a bit by a few skiers preceding him, but he's down and focused in a good position. Håkan Hegland, Johnson Dells, Sun Prairie, turns in a time of 31.39.
Now on course is bib 19, Finn Rasmussen, a senior from Ashwa Bay. And in the start is 35, Levi Walters, sophomore from Catholic Memorial.
Here's Finn Rasmussen out front. The Ashwa Bay fans come alive. Sure, Finn can hear you guys. We can.
Here comes bib 19, Finn Rasmussen, a senior from Asheville Bay, to the finish. And his time is a 34.82, 34.82.
Out of the start is Levi Walters, a sophomore from Catholic Memorial. On deck is Drake Butsky from Slinger Hartford. This is Levi Walters charging the course. Onto this open pitch here on the rainy day portion, and he has a little tip over there and slides out. Looks like he's going to be okay, but he will unfortunately be it did not. Or maybe not.
All right. We've got a hiker, bib 35. Levi Walters is hiking. And he decides not to. Unfortunately, Levi will be a did not finish. Our next racer is bib 97, Drake Butsky, a freshman from Slinger Hartford. And he will be followed by another freshman, Cole Brown.
Drake Butsky's on course now. Bib number 97.
And there he is, bib 97, Drake Butsky at the head wall.
I believe these Slinger Hartford kids train at Switzerland. A little different run here for them today, a little longer than might be used to. Drake Butsky, freshman, turns together here at the final part of this course, turns in a time of 35.38.
Our next racer is bib number
104.
Oh, lost my place there.
Cole Brown.
Cole Brown. He's a freshman from ULSBA LCL Trinity on course.
Cole is letting him run here this morning. He's looks like he is on a mission. Came across that head wall. Whoop. Had a little bit of a whoop there.
But he recovered. That was amazing.
Good recovery for Cole Brown, and turns in a time of 31.14. On the course now is Nathan McFadden. He's just out of the gate. He's a senior from Waukesha.
Bib number 113.
Behind Nathan will be Lars Gunderson, a local skier from Aquinas, Unalaska, West Salem.
And here we're watching bib 113, Nathan McFadden, a senior from Waukesha. Coming into our view here. In the start, bib 2, Lars Gunderson. And here we go with Nathan McFadden approaching the finish. And Nathan's time is a 34.51, 34.51. Lars Gunderson is on course and taking it seriously here as he approaches the head wall. In the start is Ronan Sullivan.
Lars got up on one leg there, but got it back down underneath, and the good recovery. That shows some real skill set there. He's been racing before. Lars Gunderson, a senior, turns in a time of 31.44.
Now on course is bib 48, Ronan Sullivan, a senior from Marquette. In the start, 156, Gavin Stenseth, junior from Rice Lake.
Ronan Sullivan comes into view, senior from Marquette.
Bib number 48, Ronan Sullivan, approaching the finish. Here he comes, Ronan Sullivan from Marquette. Finishes with a time of 31.90, 31.9.
Up next, Gavin Stenseth, skiing as an individual, lives in Rice Lake, Wisconsin. Behind Gavin will be Ryan Patterson of Arrowhead.
Gavin's looking good. Gavin Stenseth from Rice Lake, racing as an individual here, approaches the finish. And Gavin's time is a 34.04, 34.04.
On course now is Ryan Patterson, a senior from Arrowhead. Right behind Ryan will be Jason Lynn, a sophomore from Rhinelander Northern Pines. We've got Ryan Patterson at the head wall.
Oh, and he
is on a mission. He's got some big speed coming into this pitch. Got the fans on edge. Those Arrowhead fans. He's giving us a good show here. Ryan Patterson means business today. Ryan crosses the line at 30.17, puts him in the unofficial 10th position.
Nice job by Ryan Patterson. Up next is bib 93, Jason Lynn, a sophomore from Rhinelander North and Pine. He'll be followed by bib 27, Lars Matson, senior from Badger.
Great competition here today and great sportsmanship amongst all these athletes. Seeing some really good skiing here this morning. Jason Lynn from Rhinelander Northern Pines. Team Cowbell. Here's Jason Lynn across the line at 33.31.
Our next racer is bib 27, Lars Matson, a senior from Badger. He will be followed by bib 53, Mason Desai, a sophomore from Menominee Falls.
On course now is Lars Matson, a senior from Badger. Oh, and Lars has a little spin. Lars gets back on course, spun out and got it back together.
Here's Lars Matson finishing with a time of 37.13. 37.13. Our next racer is bib 53, Mason Desai from Menominee Falls, and unfortunately he had a little bit of a crash there and won't be able to finish. Bib 53 is a DNF. Our next racer will be Eli Nutowski, a freshman from Middleton, bib number 57.
On course now is Eli Nutowski from Middleton. He's a freshman this year.
And Eli will be followed by bib 155, Asa Rock, sophomore from Franklin. There's Eli at the head wall.
Loses a ski on the corner there.
Shoot.
He's out of it, but he will be unfortunately a DNF. Eli Nutowski from Middleton.
Up next is 155, Asa Ross, sophomore from Franklin. In the start, 123, Carter Wolf, a junior from Wausau West East, DC Everest.
155, bib 155, Asa Ross. Team the course clear. We'll send Asa. Here's Asa. Sophomore from Franklin.
And Asa Roth is racing as an individual here. Comes over the head wall, doing a nice job.
On deck, Carter Wolf, a junior from Wausau.
And here comes bib 155, Asa Ross from Franklin to the finish. And Asa's time is a 32.88. 32.88 for Asa.
On course now, Carter Wolf, a junior from Wausau. Carter will be followed by Matthew Gruber, a senior from Whitefish Bay. This is Carter Wolf on the front of the course. Carter got a little out of position there, got back in nicely. Good to see the recovery. Carter Wolf from Wausau. Carter turns in a time of 33.46. 33.46. On course now is Matthew Gruber, a senior from Whitefish Bay.
And there he is, bib 128, Matthew Gruber over the head wall. In the start, we have bib 75, Sam Luther from Muskego.
Fortunately, Matthew kind of skied out of the gate there. Neil Bio did not finish for bib 128.
Bib 75, Sam Luther, a junior from Muskego, is in the start. He'll be followed by bib 84, Howard Hayes, a senior from Oconomowoc.
Sam Luther on course. Our ever vigilant gate judges watching each and every turn around each and every gate. Gate their work. Here's Sam Luther from Muskego.
Here comes bib 75. Little bobble there. Sam Luther finishing with a 33.60. 33.60 Sam.
On course now is Howard Hayes. Howard's a senior from Oconomowoc.
And in the gate is bib 135, Andre Pumala, freshman from West Bend.
Howard Hayes catches the gate there with one arm, but he keeps on coming. Like he may have even lost a pole.
Gonna get a finish. Nice job for Howard Hayes, a senior from Oconomowoc. Howard's time is a 33.71. 33.71. Our final racer in the third seat is bib number 135, Andre Pumala, a freshman from West Bend, and he is on court. There he is, coming over the head wall. Another freshman, Andre Pumala. Looking good. Bib 135, Andre Pumala's time is a 31.52. 31.52. And that concludes our third seed. We'll have a quick flip and back to the action. And we are about ready to begin our fourth seed of the Boys Giant Slalom at the 2023 State Ski and Snowboard Championships. Our first racer will be bib number 115, Finn Siebert, sophomore from Waukesha.
Right behind Finn will be Jonathan Terrell, from a freshman from Madison Memorial East. Finn Siebert is on course.
And at the head wall is bib 115, Finn Siebert. Having a little problem there, but he's still up. And that's good athleticism there for Finn. And he's back on track. Waukesha fans are cheering him on. Here comes Finn Siebert to the finish. Finn's time is a 41.72. 41.72.
On course now, bib 69, Jonathan Terrell, freshman from Madison Memorial East. On deck, Will Seaborg from Middleton.
And there's Jonathan Terrell, have a little bit out of control there and loses a ski, unfortunately. So bib 69, Jonathan Terrell, unfortunately, will be a DNF. Our next racer is Will Seaborg.
Team the course clear will be sending Will. Course clear there at that panel. And we are about ready to send Will Seaborg on the course. Boys Giant Slalom here at the Wisconsin State High School Finals. Mountain Cross, Wisconsin. Will Seaborg, sophomore from Middleton. Course. Will be followed by senior Hunter Collins from Oconomowoc. Will on the front part of the course. and Will slides out. Course conditions are obviously changing a little bit here for these fourth speed skiers as they're having a little trouble with some of those spin outs. But Will regains, as Amy said, good athleticism there as he does a quick climb around the panel. And we'll turn in a team time.
Here he comes, bib 61, Will Seaborg, a sophomore from Middleton, finishing. And Will's time is a 43.55. 43.55 for Will.
On course now is Hunter Collins, a senior from Oconomowoc.
And Hunter will be followed by bib 101, Austin Merriman, junior from Slinger, Hartford.
Watching Hunter Collins, his final DS race in his high school career at least. Beautiful day for racing. The conditions couldn't be any better out there.
Here comes our senior from Oconomowoc, Hunter Collins, to the finish. Hunter's time is a 33.87. 33.87.
On course is Austin Merriman, a junior from Slinger, Hartford. He's bib 101, and right behind him will be Race Johnson, Ashford. Austin Merriman makes a spray as he comes across the head wall there and loses a ski on that second turn. Again, just get out, and he should be okay. Nothing other than disappointed.
And that's bib 101, Austin Merriman. It, unfortunately, is a DNF. Our next racer is Race Johnson, a sophomore from Ashwa Bay.
We're going to take just a moment for a panel and gate repair. All this space just for a moment here until we get that panel repaired.
And our next racer is going to be bib 18, Race Johnson. He'll be followed one of our local racers, bib 5, Hayden Shams, a freshman from the Aquinas, Alaska, West Salem team. And we are ready to begin our fourth speed. Not begin, continue. Our next racer is bib 5 or 18, Race Johnson, and Race is now on court.
On deck, Hayden Shams, AOWS local race. Race Johnson, of course, now.
Our next racer is bib 5, Hayden Shams. Here comes Race Johnson, racing to the finish. We'll get a time for him when we can. Nice job by Race
Race's
Johnson.
time, 32.96. 32.96, Race Johnson. On course now, Hayden Shams, a freshman, AOWS, Crosse, Alaska, West Salem. Hayden, a freshman, really, got a little split apart there. Really having a nice for that. Not hurt, just disappointed. Hayden Shams, unfortunately, on course short, Jimmy Kirschlag, bib 26, sophomore from Badger.
And he will be followed by bib 45, Emmett Clout from Marquette. And here we go. Bib 26, Jimmy Hirschlager is now on course. In the start is bib 45, Emmett Clout, junior from Marquette. Here comes Jimmy Kirschlager over the head wall.
Jimmy's carrying some nice speed as his predecessors have, and he did get through the tough part of that course. Jimmy Kirschlager from Badger. Couple gates here as he approaches the TS finish line with a time of 32.02. 32.02.
Our next racer is bib 45, Emmett Clout from Marquette.
Emmett had a little spin out there on the top part of the course as well. Did lose a ski. Also did.
So bib 45, unfortunately, as it did not finish. Our next racer is 124, Conley Bolger, a junior from Whitefish Bay. He'll be followed by 140, Glenn Waterman, a junior from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie. On course now, I think, is 124, Conley Bolger, a junior from Whitefish Bay. Conley's doing a nice job as he approaches the finish. Sure what that was, but it's maybe not Conley.
We're very sorry. We don't know exactly what that was.
Yeah, racer
We don't know who that
130.
is.
Well, we'll figure out who that racer was and we'll get back to you. Our next racer is going to be bib 140. Glenn Waterman is up next. And we're back to racing here. Bib 140, Glenn Waterman is on course. And he'll be followed by bib 119, Grant Russell from Wausau. This is Glenn Waterman, a junior from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie, on course. Okay, here we go. Glenn Waterman making his way through this course, doing a nice job. Bib 140. Glenn Waterman's time is a 33.08. 33.08. We're going to have a provisional rerun now for bib number 35, Levi Walters, a sophomore from Catholic Memorial. So we will find out if this Levi. So this is Levi Walters with a rerun, bib 35. And provisional rerun. So we'll get you a time as soon as we can. Our next racer is bib 119, Grant Russell, sophomore from Wausau West, East DC Everett.
We're watching Grant Russell out front. Doing a nice job on this course here that's given some other racers some trouble through that portion. He's a sophomore from Wausau.
And Grant will be followed by 134, Dawson Peterson, a sophomore from West Bend.
Grant Russell turns in a time of 34.84, 4.84.
On course now is 134, Dawson Peterson, sophomore from West Bend, and he's clearing the head wall. In the start will be bib 74, Charlie Horbinski. Here comes Dawson Peterson making his way through these last few gates. Bib 134, Dawson Peterson finishes with a 33 flat, 33.00.
Next up will be Charlie Horbinski, freshman from Muskego, bib number 74. Charlie is on course. On deck behind Charlie is Miguel Valdez from Menominee Falls. This is Charlie Horbinski, a freshman. Muskego has a little slide out there, stays on course. Gain his composure here and put a full run in together for Muskego.
Another freshman here, Charlie Horbinski, making his way to the finish.
Charlie's time crosses at 34.64. On course now, bib 56, Miguel Valdez from Menominee Falls. He'll be followed by Brandon Bacon, Rhinelander North.
And approaching the head wall is Miguel Valdez, a sophomore from Menominee Falls.
And Miguel loses a skate. It's okay.
Unfortunately, Miguel will be did not finish. We'll have a pause to repair the gate and make sure that Miguel is okay.
Cheer it for Miguel as he skis off. A little slip up there, but all's well that ends well. On course now, bib number 90, Brandon Bacon from Rhinelander Northland Pines. He's on course. Right behind Brandon will be Brett Yeager, OLS, yay, Yale Trinity.
And then after that will be one of our local racers, Zach Adams from La Crosse Logan Central.
Here's Brandon Bacon. And as I said yesterday, what's not to like about Bacon?
Hopefully Bacon will have a good run here.
Did get a little out of whack, but he's got right back on course there. A lot of racers are having trouble in that one pit there, but Brandon's back on course. Senior from Rhinelander Northern Pines, and his time is 34.10. 34.10. Brett Yeager on course now, a freshman.
And in the start is bib 36, Zach Adams, a sophomore from La Crosse Logan Central. We're looking at Brett Yeager on course, a freshman from ULS LCL Trinity.
Holding a nice line here.
Here comes Brett Yeager to the finish. And his time is a 33.76. 33.76.
Not the first time on this run for Zach Adams, and here he comes. He's a sophomore from Logan Central, bib number 36. Zach looks like he's all in on this run.
And in the start is James Firkin. Let's hear it for bib 36, Zach Adams approaching the finish.
Zach's time is 32.09. 32.09.
Next racer is bib 79, James Firkin, a junior from Madison West. We're approaching the end of our fourth seed of the boys GS.
On deck behind James will be Kyle Swinehart, Arrowhead.
Here's James Firkin from Madison West on course.
And James has a little slide out. Boy, he was coming in really nicely with some good speed. Again, nothing but disappointed, I think, at this point. James Firkin.
Hopefully he'll be okay, be able to race in the Super G. And look like James is okay. He's up and moving nicely. Unfortunately, 79 is a DNF. Our next racer is bib 13, Kyle Swinehart, a junior from Arrowhead. And he'll be followed by Finn Fox. So the Arrowhead crowd is getting ready for Kyle Swinehart to get to that head wall. Here he comes. Kyle's doing a nice job on this GS course. Has some good speed coming into these final gates. Kyle Swinehart from Arrowhead finishes with a 30.91, 30.91. Our next racer is bib 31, Finn Fox, the junior from Catholic Memorial. Finn will wrap up our fourth seed. Here he is, Finn Fox, at the head wall.
Do like Finn's orange helmet. See him. A little skid out, but he got his composure back.
Yep, he held on.
Held on, stayed in the line. That's nice savviness there for Finn Fox. Got back right up and got on course. Finn turns in a time of 38.82. That rounds out seed number 4. We'll clear the course and begin seed 5 with Evan Perry from Oconomowoc.
And we're ready to begin seed 5, but just a quick reminder to the fans, please leave a lane for our course workers to get through after they slip. So please leave enough room for our course workers to get through. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Here we go with our 5th seed of the boys GS.
And he's on course, bib number 86, the junior from Oconomowoc, Evan Perry. On deck behind him is Wesley Ward, a freshman from Middleton. Evan Perry approaches the head wall, skiing for Oconomowoc. Get to the tough part of that course. He's still on line here. Evan Perry from Oconomowoc putting together a nice run. Back in his tuck here in the final approach. Evan Perry from Oconomowoc crosses at 34.42.
Now on course is bib 62, Wesley Ward, a freshman from Middleton. He'll be followed by another freshman, bib 49, Bobby Wendt from Marquette.
Wesley Ward, Middleton, Wisconsin. We mentioned a freshman also. Really strong field of freshmen and sophomore competitors this year. Wesley Ward from Middleton comes across the finish line, 32 even.
Next racer is bib 49, Bobby Wendt, freshman from Marquette.
9 Bobby will be Ryan Foley from Whitefish Bay.
That's Bobby Wendt at the head wall.
Carrying some nice speed. Let's see if he can hold it. Yes, he does. Wendt, freshman from Marquette, around his last few panels here. Being focused on the mission, Bobby Wendt turns in a time of 31.09.
All went well for him. See how I did that? 31.09 for Bobby Wendt. Up next is bib 126, Ryan Foley, a junior from Whitefish Bay. He is just out of the gate. He'll be followed by bib number 1, Matt Arsenault, sophomore from Aquinas on Alaska, West Salem. At the top of the course is Ryan Foley, having some trouble, unfortunately. That is so steep up there.
Brad Steepen at the transition.
Unfortunately, 126 will be a did not finish. Our next racer is one of our local racers, Matt Arsenault from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team. He's in the start.
A reminder on our award ceremony later this afternoon. Following today's events, we'll be having an award ceremony at the log house area there by the podium. So bib number 1, kind of a proud bib to wear, Matt Arsenault, sophomore from AOWS, is on course.
And he'll be followed by bib 24, Finn Hillier, a junior from Badger. Comes Matt Arsenault at the head wall, bib number 1. Doing a nice job on this.
Yes, taking a really consistent approach here for Matt Arsenault, sophomore. Let things get out of hand on him. Consistent run for Matt. Comes across the line at 35.64. On course now, Finn Hillier, a junior from Badger.
In the start, bib 14, Gus Wolf, a sophomore from Arrowhead.
This is Finn Hillier with a little spin out there as he got into that tough part of the course. Not out of the course yet. Back up and at him for Finn Hillier. Good racing instincts there. Always continue to head to the finish line. And here's Finn Hillier. After a little bobble up there, he's going to put down a time of 39.38. On course now is Gus Wolf, a sophomore from Arrowhead.
And in the start, we have bib 65, George Heislop, freshman from Madison Memorial, Madison East team. There he is at the head wall, Gus Wolf from Arrowhead.
Oh, yeah. Gus Wolf gets it back together. Boy, he was out of whack and brought it right back together, giving us a real thrill show here. Gus Wolf, a sophomore from Arrowhead, 32.06.
Nice job by Arrowhead. Gus Wolf. Our next racer is 65, George Heislop. And in the gate is bib 98, Brogan DeSnow, a senior from Slinger, Hartford. There's George Heislop at the head wall. Another freshman. And George Heislop in good control here. Bib number 65. Here comes George to the finish. And George's time is a 51.39, 51.39. Our next racer is bib 98, Brogan DeSnow, a senior from Slinger, Hartford. Here he comes, the head wall right now.
On deck behind Brogan is Andrew Primo. This is Brogan DeSnow. In the snow.
I was going to say on the snow,
or
but
on
there
the
we
snow.
go. Either way,
DeSnow.
Brogan DeSnow to the finish. His time is a 35.93. 35.93.
On course now is Andrew Primo, a senior from ULSPA LCL Trinity. He's bib 109 on the approach here. Behind Andrew will be Caleb Finger, a junior from West Bend.
We're watching bib 109, Andrew Primo, senior. There he is finishing. Andrew Primo's time is a 36.26, 36.26.
On course now, bib 133, a junior from West Bend, Caleb Finger. Behind Caleb will be Anping Engstrom from Waukesha. Caleb Finger on the front part of the course.
And here we are watching 133, Caleb Finger make his way through these last few gates. For the finish, Caleb Finger's time, 37.29, 37.29.
On course now is Anping Engstrom from Waukesha. And on the front part of the course is Anping.
He'll be followed by 118, Keegan Nye, a sophomore from Wausau.
Ping got just a little wide on one gate, got right back to composure. Got it back in line, representing Waukesha as a sophomore. Man in black, and Ping Engstrom turns in a 35.89.
Our next racer is 118 Keegan Nye, sophomore from Wausau West, East DC Everett.
On deck will be Vaughn Hoffman from Asheville Bay.
Here's Keegan Nye in front of us, bib 118.
Put a flat light for these athletes to contend with today. Goggles are everything on a day like this, making sure they can see. Keegan Nye comes across at 35.38.
Our next racer will be bib 17, Vaughn Hoffman, a freshman from Asheville Bay. He'll be followed by bib 54, Caleb Kubrick, a junior from Menominee Falls.
We're watching Vaughn Hoffman approach the thunderation switch out here on the steep. Thunderation to rainy day. It is not a rainy day. We've had that too at State. Vaughn Hoffman with his fans getting lit up here.
Asheville Bay proud here. Vaughn Hoffman.
Drove way south to go racing. Vaughn Hoffman crosses the finish line at 35.35.
Grabbed by Vaughn. Next racer, bib 54, Caleb Kubrick from Menominee Falls. And he'll be followed by 139, Luke Sjogren from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie. We're watching Caleb Kubrick from Menominee Falls on the top part. Here he is at the head wall.
Maintaining some nice speed there. Letting him run. Junior from Menominee Falls turning in a team time here. Doing a nice job for Menominee Falls team. Coming out of the 5th seed, we've got Caleb Hubritsky crossing the line at 35.63. On course now, Luke Sjogren from Wisconsin Dells.
And in the start is bib 91, Lucas Bishop, a junior from Rhinelander Northern Pine.
Luke Sjogren, junior this year. Luke doing a nice job on the entire course, very consistent speed. Luke Sjogren pounding for the finish line. Luke turns in a time of 33.44.
Now we have a Lucas, bib 91, Lucas Bishop, a junior on course, and he'll be followed by 81, Magnus Oistad. There's Lucas Bishop at the head wall.
The bottom of our 5th seed here with Lucas Bishop, junior from Rhinelander Northern Pines. Once again, those guys had to drive south to go skiing. Lucas Bishop staying committed to the finish here. Lucas Bishop will turn in a time of 33.8.
Our next racer is bib 81, Magnus Oistad, and he is on course. He'll be followed by bib 33, Peter Miller. There's Magnus at the head wall. He's a sophomore from Madison West.
Putting out the last few skiers in seed number 5 here. Magnus is really putting in a nice run as well. From Madison West, Oistad is at 32.42.
Up next is bib 33, Peter Miller, a freshman from Catholic Memorial, and he's on course.
Peter will be followed by Xavier Bauer from Muskego. This is Peter Miller, a freshman from Catholic Memorial.
And the crowd is cheering Peter Miller on, a
Catholic
freshman.
Memorial is here in force for Peter Miller this morning. And Peter Miller crosses at 38.54. Catholic Memorial.
Our next racer is bib 70, Xavier Bauer, a junior from Muskego. He'll be followed by another junior from the lacrosse Logan Central team, bib 40, Aaron Polma.
Xavier Bauer coming into view. Muskego. Xavier has a little spin out in some of that same position that we've had some other spin outs. Couldn't get the edge on the right side of the ski and lost the ski. Xavier Bauer will fortunately have.
And our last racer in seed number 5 is Aaron Polma, one of our local racers from Lacrosse Central Logan Combo team.
On course now, Getting ready to go, I should say, is Aaron Polma, local racer, junior this year, Logan Central. Aaron's on course.
Aaron had a little trouble yesterday with the slalom course, so hopefully today will go better for GS. Aaron Polma from Crosse, Logan Central, on course.
Consistent turns there. That course is getting a little rutted. We've seen lots of gears spin out between the steepness and the rut, giving him a good challenge up there on that pit. But Aaron Polma charges through consistently and turns in a time of 35.5.
He gets team score for Logan Central. Nice job, Aaron. We'll have a slight pause for slipping, and we will continue with our final seed of the boys' giant slalom. Again, a great appreciation for our flippers and our course crew. Everybody's working hard again today. Third day of our state ski and snowboard championship. We're ready to begin. Our sixth seed, our first racer, is in the start, now on course. Bib 127, Jake Gerand, freshman from Whitefish Bay.
On deck behind Jake will be Mason Herda from Madison Memorial. This is Jake Gerand from Whitefish Bay.
Unfortunately, Jake had some trouble there and will be a DNF. And our next racer on course will be Bib 30, Christian Connor. He is on course. Bib 64, Mason Herda from Madison Memorial East. He is a did not start. So Bib 64 did not start. Our racer next on course is Bib 30, Christian Connor, a freshman from Catholic Memorial. And Christian Connor is on course. He'll be followed by Bib 121, Woody Tischer, sophomore from Wausau West East, DC Everest. Here comes Christian. Catholic Memorial fans are cheering on Christian Connor as he makes his way toward the finish. Bib number 30. And Christian's time is a 37.29. 37.29.
Next up, Bib 121 from Wausau West East, DC Everest, Woody Tischer, a sophomore. Woody's on course. On deck is Jake Courchain from Menominee Falls. Woody Tischer slides over the top of the ridge there just a little bit, gets the composure back, gets the skis underneath him, continues on.
And this is Woody Tischer, Bib 121, making his way toward the finish. Nice recovery after a little skid there. Woody Tischer finishes with a time of 41.22, 41.22.
On course now, Bib 15, Luke Allen, a freshman from Ashwa Bay. I'm sorry, this is 51, Jake Courchain. On deck is Luke Allen.
Thought you were having a bit of See you there.
Steak Crosse on course. Freshman from Menominee Falls.
Bib 51. Here comes Jake. Freshman from Menominee Falls, Jake Porshane.
Can't tell which bands are louder, Menominee Falls or Ashwa Bay. They're both in the game. Jake Porshane from Menominee Falls crosses at 36.82. 36.82. Now on course is Luke Allen, bib 15, a freshman from Ashwa Bay.
And he'll be followed by 103, Cameron Wetzel, Slinger Hart. There's Luke Allen in front of us, another freshman. He's from Ashwa Bay.
Looks like Luke is bringing some heat to the bottom part of this course.
Ashwa Bay fans cheering Luke Allen to the finish. And Luke's time is a 35.44. 35.44 for Luke.
On course now, bib 103, Cameron Wetzel. Cameron's a sophomore from Slinger, Hartford. On deck behind Cameron is Cadell Donovan from Madison West.
And we are in our 6th seed of the boys GF.
And Cameron Wetzel's time is 37.12. 37.12.
Our next racer is bib 77. Cadell Donovan, or Cadell Donovan, a freshman from Madison West. Again, we apologize if we mispronounced any names.
He had a little spin out there, but got right back on course. On deck is Grayson Bruss, freshman from Arrowhead. Watching Cadell Donovan, freshman from Madison. Crosses the line at 37.72.
Our next racer is bib number 9, Grayson Bruss, a freshman from Arrowhead. Here comes Grayson down the head wall. Ooh, coming in hot. And he lost a ski. Unfortunately, Grayson Bruss did not finish. Our next racer is one of our locals, bib 41, Peter Thompson, a junior from La Crosse, Logan Central. As soon as the course is clear, we'll watch Peter Thompson. And here we are back on track with our next racer, bib 41, Peter Thompson. And here comes Peter into view here. Did a nice job on the top section. A junior from La Crosse, Logan Central. Here comes Peter to the finish. His time is a 36.28. 36.28. Our next racer is bib 7, Nathan Windheiser, a junior from the Aquinas, Unalaska West Salem team. Another local racer. Here he is at the head wall. Nathan Windheiser.
On deck behind Nathan is Kyle Clevey from Conomowoc. We're watching Nathan Windheiser. Racer from Aquinas, Alaska West Salem. Nice team time for them. Nathan Windheiser, 37.1. 7.1. Kyle Schlevey on course, bib 88. Junior from Oconomowoc. On deck, Ethan Gabrielsi from Wisconsin Dells.
So on course right now is 88, Kyle Schlevey, a junior from Oconomowoc, doing a nice job. Kyle Schlevey is making his way through this GS course. And Kyle finishes with a time of 37.67. 37.67.
On course now, bib 137, Ethan Gabrielsi from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie. Ethan's a freshman this year.
So I guess he's being replaced by 136, Nathan Bailey, a senior from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie. So we're watching Nathan Bailey on course. It's hard to keep up with all these Radios, here we go. Nathan Bailey to the finish with a 32.36 for Nathan. 32.36. Now we have bib 107, Cameron Kaiser, sophomore from ULS VA LCL Trinity.
Behind Cameron will be Griffin Schumacher, a freshman from Middleton. Cameron had a little slide out there, unfortunately, but he's back on course. Shows the overall athleticism of all these racers when they're able to do a little spin like that, rebound and regain and get right back to it.
Here he comes. Cameron Kaiser has a finish of 38.48. 38.48.
On course now is Griffin Schumacher, a freshman from Middleton, bib 6. Deck will be Zane Bullock from Badger. Griffin Schumacher. Been out there, but back on course.
Yeah. Nice balance and recovery there for Griffin Schumacher, a freshman from Middleton.
And Griffin crosses the finish line with a time of 37.31. On course now, Zane Bullock from Badger, sophomore this year.
And in the start is bib 72, Lucas Deitzler from Muskego. There's Zane Bullock at the head wall, sophomore from Badger. Here comes Zane. A lot of cowbell cheering him on here. Zane Bullock to the finish. His time is a 34.65. 34.65.
On course now, bib 72, Lucas Deitzler. He's a junior from Muskego. Deck behind him will be Henry Ackley from Marquette as we get to the end of our 6th seed here. And Lucas Deitzler has a little spin.
But keep the skis on.
Dude.
That is so steep. Got to hike up to the blue gate. Got some good sharp edges, it looks like. And there he is. Got to pass the gate. Nice effort by Lucas Deitzler. He's back on course. Deitzler, we're not sure, but
Luke has another spin out there, but he's going to carry on.
never give up. Lucas Deitzler to the finish. His time is a 1.17.99.
On course next will be Henry Ackley. He's out of the gate. Bib number 43, junior from Marquette, followed by Brody Kowalski from Rhinelander Northern Pines. Got Henry Ackley out front from Marquette.
In the gate, as Rich said, 92, Brody Kowalski, a sophomore, and he'll be followed by Carson Gordon. Here's Henry Ackley finishing. Henry's time is a 33.10. 33.10. On course right now is bib 92, Brody Kowalski, sophomore from Rhinelander Northern Pines. In the start, 112, Carson Gordon from Waukesha. Here's Brody Kowalski on course and approaching the finish.
And Brody crosses the line at 36.05. Our final racer of the men's DS morning is bib 112, Carson Gordon, a sophomore from Waukesha.
And there he is, Carson Gordon at the head wall. And we're looking at our final racer, bib 112, Carson Gordon, a sophomore from Waukesha, approaching the finish. And Carson Gordon finishes with a 38.92. 38.92.
Excellent morning of racing by these GS racers. Great morning here today. Unofficially, we have some in-progress standings. They're on the Jumbotron. Max Rabella, Arrowhead, in the number 1 position, followed by Noah Bindus from Muskego. In third position, Charlie Bruss, Arrowhead. Following up in number 4, Jack Steiner from Marquette. Local skier Patty Gunderson in position number 5, with a tie for 5 with Jude Kunkel. So again, keep your eyes on the Jumbotron as those standings continue to spin across the screen there. We will get set for our next competition, and that's the Girls Super G with a scheduled 11:15 start.
Attention coaches, we need the Whitefish Bay coach to report to the log house, please. The Whitefish Bay coach report to the log house to answer a question about a bib 130. So with the Whitefish Bay coach, please report to the log house to discuss bib 130. Thank you. Attention, all girl racers. The course is open for inspection. Just in and out on the course, please. So the course is open for inspection. And we're looking. I'm not sure how late the inspection is going to go, but I'll let you know when I can. We are scheduled for a 11:15 start for the girls Super G. About 10:42 right now, so hopefully we'll be right on track.
Well, in preparation for our girls Super G here this morning or this afternoon, we're just finishing up some of the final course inspections here. Athletes and coaches taking a close look at this course, making sure they're prepared. If you don't like the weather in Wisconsin, wait 5 minutes, it'll change. We had a little snow squall that came through. We think that racers should have some clear sailing here after a little light snow on the ground. Anticipating an on-time start for the girls Super G run here this morning at Mount Lacrosse. For the girls girls Super G run coming up here in just a few more minutes. Just some final preparations here for our girls Super G, 2023 State High School and Snowboard Championship Cross. 30 years of ski racing here at the finals at Mount Crosse. 48-year tournament entirety. We're proud to have these racers here to show their camaraderie and sportsmanship today. We're going to be getting ready with some forerunners here just in a few moments. Some last couple of preparations underway. Be patient, racing very soon. Also, a little shout out to Steve Davis from Aperture, our photographer here this weekend. Been working this event at its entirety, and you can go online, take a look at his pictures, and for your pleasure and purchase, there's going to be some great photos taken by Steve Davis of Aperture. Information on how to reach his website in the program book. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, skiers, coaches, the course is officially closed. PD is requesting all movement to stop on the course. Very close to getting started here, folks, for the girls Super G. Going to be sending some forerunners down as is standard procedure here at the state high school race. We'll be having some forerunners run this Super G course. It looks like a total of about 4 of them before we start the main race here.
And we are about ready to begin the boys Super G. We will have 4, or the girls Super G, sorry. We will have 4 forerunners: Emily Hauser, Julia McBride, Kate Bradford, and Amy Durner.
A little tiny bit of fresh snow did change the conditions just slightly for these racers. Really will be determined in these first few forerunners what that little tiny fluff of snow that came through here a few minutes ago will do to the overall performance of the course. So really important to have a few forerunners out for coaches and athletes to watch before the main event starts here. And we have our first forerunner on course. Kicking off the Super G is Emily Hauser. Making her way down this course. Again, this is a speed event. Longer skis, faster times through the course, wider turns. That was Emily Hauser.
Our next forerunner is Julia McBride. Also, we are in the White House right now, and we have a lavender cell phone here. If you've dropped your cell phone, we have it in the White House, so please come on up and identify it. We'll give it back to you. So it's got kind of a lavender cover.
Next forerunner on course is Julia McBride. Julia giving this Super G run a really nice look here. Big wide turns. I see some great racing on this course today in the girls Super G at the Wisconsin Finals. That was Julia McBride.
Our next forerunner will be Kate Bradford. And our final forerunner will be Amy Durner.
Women's Super G will be followed by the men's Super G later this afternoon.
And our third forerunner is now on course. We'll be watching Kate Bradford.
Lots poked up on Coach's corner. Very interested in Kate's line here. Excuse me. And thank you to Kate Bradford for providing us some forerunning. Next on course is Amy Durner. Those forerunners allow us to sync our systems here, make sure that all of our timing is in place, and make sure our coaches and athletes get a little chance to pre-look at this course. So an important part of the project here today, Amy Durner comes into the head wall.
And this is our fourth forerunner, Amy Durner. Thank you very much. Thanks to all of our forerunners today. We are about ready to begin the final race for the ladies, the Super G, coming up.
It looks like Elsie Mikak is on course, bib 230. I'm not sure where 302 Peyton Ross went, but we have Elsie Mikak online on the course from Mukwonago. Elsie was a second place finisher in the Super G last year, so let's keep our eyes on her as she rips down this course at Mount Lacrosse.
And we're looking at Elsie. We're not sure how to say her last name. Metzig, a senior from Mukwonago. Here she comes. Here's Elsie to the finish. Her time is a 38.98. 38.98. Our next racer should be 237. Brenna Butler, senior from Madison West. She is now on course.
Brenna's going to be followed by Monica Warzin from Kettle Moraine. Brenna Butler, bib 237, on course now. They're taking a little higher start on this race. It comes from the very top of Mount Lacrosse, even a higher start than the DS spent earlier. So we're going to come around that first corner instead of start house. Here's Brenda Butler from Madison West.
And in the start, we have bib 209, Monica Warzin from Kettle Moraine.
Brenna Butler booking for the finish here, and Brenna turns in a time of 40.2. Brenna Butler, 40.2. On course now is Monica Warzin from Kettle Moraine.
And the start will be 191, Peyton Bradford, a junior from DSHA.
Monica Warzin gaining some speed on the Thunderation part of the course. Popped over the head wall into the White House portion of the course. Really maintaining a nice line against those gates. She's letting them run here. This is Monica Warzin, a sophomore from Kettle Moraine. Monica Warzin hits the finish line, turns in a time of 40.3. 40.3. On course now, Peyton Bradford, a junior from Divine Savior, Holy Angel.
And Peyton will be followed by 303, Magnolia Sheehan, a freshman from Eau Claire.
Keep our eyes on Peyton. She was a 10th place finisher last year in the Super G, so clearly a contender here today. Peyton's a junior. Did very well in this event as a sophomore last year, and she's on fire today. Really nice line. This is going to be a good time for Peyton Bradford. Peyton crosses the line at 39.15.
Our next racer is 303, Magnolia Sheehan, a freshman from Eau Claire. She'll be followed by 227, Rita Vavilov, sophomore from Middleton.
Magnolia Sheehan skiing as an individual from Eau Claire as a freshman.
And here comes Magnolia to the head wall. Magnolia Sheehan, her first Super G at state here as a freshman from Eau Claire.
A nice job with this Super G course here. It looked like a beautiful course, skiing really well. That fresh snow didn't hurt us at all. Magnolia Sheehan crosses at 42.88.
Our next racer up is Rita Vavilov, sophomore from Middleton. She'll be followed by 306, Grace Wozniak, freshman from Catholic Memorial. Rita is on course.
About 26 racers in this first seed. We're watching Rita Vavilov from Middleton.
Bib 227, Rita Vavilov on course. Doing a nice job and approaching the final gates here. Rita Vavilov's time is a 42.04.
On course now is Grace Wozniak. Grace is a freshman from Catholic Memorial, bib 306. Behind Grace in the start gate is Samantha Herling from Wisconsin Heights Memorial.
And that's Grace Wozniak at the head wall.
Catholic Memorial fans on fire here for Grace. Skiing a really aggressive line here. Love these freshmen that are going for it. Grace Wozniak crosses at 41.1. Samantha Herling up next. She's from Wisconsin Heights Memorial, bib 284.
And in the start is 216, Lauren Bickler, a sophomore from Menominee Falls. Bib 284, Samantha Herling from Wisconsin Heights Memorial at the head wall.
Samantha Herling having a nice run here, getting in that tuck and staying in it. All about wide turns and fast skis in the Super G. This is Samantha Herling with 40.68, an official 5th position.
Our next racer is 216, Lauren Bickler, a sophomore from Menominee Falls. She is now on course. And in the start is 289, Emma Bailey, a senior from Nicolay Shorewood.
Got Lauren Bickler across the head wall. Skiing from Menominee Falls. Strong racers in Menominee Falls. Some loud fans. Here's Lauren Bickler.
Lauren Bickler doing a great job, a time of 39.99.
Next up, Emma Bailey, bib 289. She's a senior from Nicolay Shorewood, skiing as an individual state finals.
And in the start is 184, Charlotte Matson, a junior from Badger. She'll be followed by 211, Ava Herlitsky, one of our local racers. Ava, a senior at Crosse Center. We're looking at Emma Bailey on court.
Doing a nice job with what I'll call the chicane up there as they do a little left, right, left. Emma Bailey crossing the finish line at 40.99.
Next up is 184, Charlotte Matson from Badger.
Behind Charlotte will be Ava Herlitsky. On course now, Charlotte Matson Jr. from Badger.
And there she is, Charlotte Matson at the head wall. The girls make this course look easy, Rich.
They're really doing a nice job. It's a beautiful course. It's skiing really well. Charlotte Matson crosses the line at 40.56, unofficial 6th position.
Seems like a pretty fun course for these racers, too.
On course now is Ava Herlitsky from Logan Central. She's a senior this year. She'll be followed by Sienna Sandor from Ashwa Bay.
And there's Ava Herlitsky at the head wall. Senior from La Crosse, Logan Central.
Getting her finals Super D here at Mount La Crosse. I'm sure kind of bittersweet. Ending her high school ski racing career, Ava Herlitsky at 46.83.
Nice job, Ava. Up next is 177, Sienna Sandor, a sophomore from Ashwa Bay. And in the start will be 268, Isabel Werner, junior from University School of Milwaukee.
Sienna Sandor on the top portion of our Thunderation run here. She gets ready to transition to the head wall.
Ooh.
And she has a little tumble there on the gate.
Oh, Sienna's okay. That was a tough one.
Yep, she's lost ski. Unfortunately, Sienna did not finish.
looks like Sienna Sandor hopefully is going to be okay. She did took a quite a spill there, but she looks like she's up and hopefully can ski back down. Our next racer is 268 Isabel Werner, a junior from a University School of Milwaukee.
Let's make a little noise for Sienna Sandor. Welcome her back. Glad she's okay. I think we've seen athleticism, sportsmanship, and camaraderie all wrapped into one bundle there. Good work.
In the start, we have the 8 Isabel Werner. And following Isabel will be 296 Grace Hurley, senior from Wausau.
On course now and coming into view shortly, bib 268. Isabel Werner from the University School of Milwaukee. She's a junior this year. Isabel coming into view. Appreciate the work of these fine production and camera people from TT Timing and Interstate Sound, helping bring this thing to a live event here on both online and on our Jumbotron here. This is Isabel Werner in the head wall area.
And here she comes, bib 268, Isabel Werner, approaching the finish. Isabel's time is a 41.72.
I know it's a theme for me here this weekend, but really like to see these young racers coming up and at it. Really nice recovery there for Grace. Really stayed focused. And Grace comes across the line at 40.60, puts her in a top 10 position at number 8.
Up next is our third Grace, 263 Grace Portale, a junior from ULS VALCL Trinity. And she is now on course.
On deck will be Sienna Phelps, sophomore from Cuba City, Mount Hora Belmont.
And we're looking at 263 Grace Portale at the head wall. Grace is doing a good job on this super course. And to the finish, Grace Portale's time is a 44.42.
On course now is Sienna Phelps, sophomore from Cuba City, Mount Hora Belmont. She's bib 185. On deck will be Ellie Sight from Arrowhead.
Here she comes, 185, Sienna Phelps, representing the southwestern part of the state. Doing a nice job on this course. And here she comes, 185, Sienna Phelps to the finish. And Sienna's time is a 41.15. Up next, we have Ellie Siepman, a senior from Arrowhead, bib 171. She'll be followed by 277, Olivia Hutch from West Bend. Ellie is handling the top part of the course very well. She's been here before.
She had a top 20 finish last year, 16th position in Super D last year, so clearly a contender here today. Anything can happen. Looks like Ellie Seitman on fire here. She's really pumping for the bottom here. And Ellie comes across the finish line with a nice time, 39.67, unofficially in the number 4 position.
Up next is 277, Olivia Hutchins, a sophomore from West Bend. And in the start is one of our local racers, 164, Caroline Clevin, a senior from Aquinas, Alaska, West Salem. Approaching the head wall is Olivia Hutchins. And Olivia had a tumble there. Hopefully Olivia will be okay. Like up. And unfortunately, bib number 277, Olivia Hutchins, did not finish. Up next is 164, Caroline Clevin from the AOWS team.
From Franklin, she's a senior this year, bib 201.
And in the start will be bib 304, Tommy Joe Springer, senior from Rhineland or Northland Pines, who got 2 first place yesterday. So we'll see what she can bring today.
She's having a big week. This is Ellie Bathy, Frank. Putting a nice run together as well.
She is 201. Ellie Matthew finishing with a time of 41.13. Now on
fire, she's having a big weekend. Tommy Joe crosses at 38.
again, thank you very much to our course workers, our slippers, gate judges, finish ref, everybody who's helping make this a great race.
As you mentioned, Amy, it does take a village to produce this event. There's around 200 volunteers that participate here, from what we've been told. And between course workers, behind the scenes folks, you know, ski patrollers, timing officials, all the preparation and preliminary work to pull off an event like this is really pretty spectacular when you look at it 5,000 foot.
Yeah, it's a beautiful area and it's a great race. So far, everything's gone pretty smoothly. So again, thank you to Mount Lacrosse for allowing us to have this race here. And thank you to all of the volunteers. We couldn't do it without you.
Might also add, this is the largest high school event of its kind in the nation. We are getting very close to starting our seed number 2 here in the girls Super D.
Our first racer will be 281 Solveig Schmidt from West Bend.
Solveig Schmidt on course, bib 281. She had a 5th position in the Super D last year, so she's going to be a contender here, leading off our 2nd seed.
She'll be followed by bib 186 Kirsten Gavin from Cuba City Mount Horeb, Belmont. Here we're watching Solveig Schmidt, junior from West Bend, make her way through the course.
As I mentioned, a 5th place position last year in Super D. She's not giving it any rest this year. She's heading for the finish line, turns in a time of 39.93 for an unofficial 7th position. Next up, bib 186, Kirsten Gavin, a junior from Cuba City Mount Horeb, Belmont.
And today is a special day because it's state, but it's also Kirsten's 17th birthday. So let's cheer extra hard for Kirsten Gavin and wish her a happy birthday as she makes her way toward the head wall. And there she is, Kirsten Gavin, representing the southwestern part of the state. Happy birthday.
I'd sing, but we're going to put it on in the background instead. Kirsten Gavin, the birthday girl, Approaching the finish line at 43.49, 43.49.
A good birthday present right there, Rich. Happy 17th birthday, Kirsten. Up next is 273 Grace Callio from Wausau West East DCF.
Behind Grace will be Ellie McNamara from Madison West.
So on course, we've been saying Grace Callio or Callio, we're not sure, but anyway, this is 273 Grace. Freshman on course.
Grace skiing really aggressively here this morning. What time it is? It's afternoon.
It's almost noon, Rich.
Okay,
there we go.
we'll call it afternoon.
There's Grace Callio or Callio finishing with a 39.48, 39.48.
Officially popped her to the 6th position. Ellie McNamara on course, a freshman from Madison West.
And up after Ellie will be an Emily, bib 159. Emily Bacalar is one of our local racers from the AOWS squad. Approaching the head wall is a freshman from Madison West, Ellie McNamara. Picking up some snow there, and bib number 241.
Super G is always fun to watch. It's a really fast event. Big, wide turns and cranking speed. This is Ellie McNamara, freshman from Madison West. Her time, 41.34.
Our next racer is bib 159, Emily Bacalar, is one of our locals, and she'll be followed by 257, Amara Daub, a junior from ULSBA LCL Trinity.
Emily Bacalar's Aquinas on Alaska West Salem on course now.
Here comes Emily toward the head wall, bib 159. Emily doing a nice job on this course. And our next racer will be Amara Daub in the start. Here comes bib 159, Emily Bacalar's to the finish. Emily's time is a 46.20. Our next racer is 257, Amara Daub. And in the start is 297, Grace Imhoff, senior from Edgewood. Amara's doing a good job on the top portion of the course. Now she's approaching the head wall. And here she comes into view.
Really fun to see how they make that transition from the top part of the course to the steeper portion here. All about body position, staying forward, recovering if you get out of position. Mara Daub turns in a time of 44.98.
Bib 297, Grace Imhoff is now on course, and in the start is 294, Ava Fraser, a junior from Wauwatosa. Grace Imhoff from Edgewood is now on course. Grace is approaching the head wall right now, coming into our view. She is 297, a senior from Edgewood, Grace Imhoff.
Being as an individual, as will the next racer, Ava Fraser from Wauwatosa. Keeping our eyes on Grace Imhoff, senior this year, Edgewood. She crosses the line at 46.06. On course now, bib 294, Ava Fraser.
And in the start will be 193, Riley Dorr, a freshman from Divine Savior Holy Angels. Getting close to the head wall now is 294, Ava Fraser from Wauwatosa. There's Ava at the head wall, making her turns.
It looks like she's putting a nice run together, staying consistent. Got her fan club with her. Ava Fraser charging for the finish line at 46.62 for Ava Fraser.
Up next is bib 193, Riley Dorr from DSHA. She will be followed by 264, Mia Dar, a sophomore from University School of Milwaukee.
On course now and approaching the head wall is Riley Dorr. She's from Divine Savior Holy Angels. A little wide on that turn, but right back on course. Skiing really aggressively here, bringing a lot of speed to the bottom part of this course. Pretty fast freshman here, Riley Dorr, coming across the line at 39.8, unofficial 8th position.
Our next racer on course is 264, Mia Dar, sophomore, and she will be followed by 283, Megan Gabrielsi, a junior from Wisconsin Heights Memorial.
We're watching Mia Dar, University School of Milwaukee on course.
There's Mia at the head wall.
That course just drops off like jumping into an elevator shaft, Amy. It really gets steep quick. Hard to tell it from here, but it really does. Those racers are handling it well. Mia Dar comes across the line at 43.2.
Next up is bib 283, Megan Gabrielsi from Wisconsin Heights Memorial.
She'll be followed by Morley Schrader from Middleton. We're watching Megan Gabrielsi approach the head wall. Junior from Wisconsin Heights Memorial.
Yeah, that's a little too steep for me, Rich. I hold my breath when the racers come around.
They're wanting more speed, not less.
I know.
So Megan coming into this last flush here. And in a nice tuck across the line at 41.87 for Megan Gabrielsi. Morley Schrader on course now, a junior from Middleton, bib 226. Morley Schrader is on course.
And in the start is bib 215, one of our local racers, Elizabeth Tucker, sophomore from Cross Logan Central. We're looking at Morley Schrader at the top of the course. She is at the head wall. Part where I hold my breath because it's so steep. Like you said, they like the speed.
There's Morley Schrader from Middleton. Staying committed to these last few gates here.
And Morley's time is a 43.52.
Local racer Elizabeth Tucker up next, bib 215. She's a sophomore from Logan Central. Elizabeth Tucker's on course.
And in the start, 210, Penelope Whiteside, a junior from Kettle Moraine. Coming into our view is 215, Elizabeth Tucker. She's doing a great job here on this Super G.
Watched her ski since she was a little kid. She's racing fast now. This is Elizabeth Tucker, bib 215, sophomore at Logan Central, 45.78. 45.78, Elizabeth Tucker.
Up next is bib 210, Penelope Whiteside from Kettle Moraine.
Behind Penelope in the deck will be Annalise Hauer, Arrowhead.
Here's Penelope approaching the head wall.
Penelope has a nice line here. Brought good speed into the bottom portion of this course here. Be a time to watch here for Penelope Whiteside. 41.72. 41.72.
Next up, we have bib 169, Annalise Hauer, a sophomore from Arrowhead. She is now on course. She will be followed by 295, Maggie Gannon, a junior from Bayport, racing as an individual. Here comes Annalise Hauer, the head wall.
She also brings some nice speed with her. These Arrowhead racers are coming on strong.
And the crowd is cheering her on as Annalise approaches the finish. Annalise's time is a 41.51. 41.51 for Annalise Hauer.
On course now, bib 295, Maggie Gannon, a junior from Bayport. Skiing as an individual.
And up next will be 174, Sydney Madison, a freshman from Ashua Bay. Here comes Maggie Gannon from Bayport, Green Bay, Wisconsin, where my mom lives. If you're listening, hi, Mom. Here's Maggie Gannon making her way to the end of the course here.
Maggie's on fire. Got a nice run putting together here at 40.32. Official 14th position.
Up next is 174, Sydney Madison, a freshman from Ashua Bay. And in the start is 253, Ingrid Light, sophomore from Slinger, Hartford. Another freshman here, Rich, Sydney Madison, approaching the head wall.
Sydney in from Ashwell Bay. Her fans are on fire. And Sydney Madison comes in 40.41, 40.41, unofficially in the 15th position.
Up next is 253, Ingrid Lightsky, a sophomore from Slinger Hartford. And in the gate would be 290, Tori Bogenschut, senior from Cedarburg. Ingrid Lightsky approaching the head wall.
Here's Ingrid coming into the front part of the course. Staying true to that line, staying as tight to the gates as she can. Ingrid, the ski name also, I think. Ingrid Lightsky crosses the line, 42.86.
Up next, 290, Tori Bogenschut, senior from Cedarburg.
She'll be followed by Julia Hayes, a sophomore from Ottawa. Of course, now Tori Bogenschut from Cedarburg.
And here comes Tori to the head wall. Be her last Super G as a high school racer. Tori's doing a nice job.
Carrying some nice speed here in the bottom of the course. Tori Bogenschut comes across the finish line at 45.03.
Up next is 244, Julia Hayes, sophomore from Oconomowoc. And in the gate is 293, Megan Dunleavy, junior from Shell Lake. Julia Hayes working on her way through the top portion, approaching the head wall. There's Julia Hayes from Oconomowoc. Julia's doing a nice job here. She's approaching the finish here. Her hair is flying. Here comes Julia with a time of 42.39.
On course now is Megan Dunleavy from Shell Lake. She's a junior skiing as an individual. On deck is Ellie Hearn from Bad.
We are approaching the last few racers in our seed number 2 of the Super G.
We're watching Megan Dunleavy from Shell Lake, Wisconsin, junior this year. Not the first time we've announced Megan's name this weekend or over the last couple years. She's been racing here for several years.
I'm pretty sure her parents help out with the racing program,
I think
too.
you are right. Megan Dunleavy, Shell Lake, crossing the finish line at 41.15.
Up next is 182, Ellie Hearn, a sophomore from Badger. And in the start will be 221, Skylar Verheyen from Menominee Falls.
On course now, Ellie Hearn from Badger. She's a sophomore this year. Like Ellie is committed to this run. She came across that head wall with a ton of speed. Whoops, got a little off there, but right back on it. See a nice time out of Ellie Hearn here. She's rocking and rolling. Ellie Hearn crosses at 38.58, unofficially in the number 2 position.
What a great run by Ellie Hearn. Nice job. On course now is 221, Skylar Verheyen, a sophomore from Menominee Falls. In the start is 288, Anna Abernethy, a freshman from Brookfield East. Got some good runs here by these ladies, lots of good times. And here we're looking at Skylar Verheyen from Menominee Falls at the head wall. Skylar Verheyen approaching the finish, bib 221. Skylar's time is a 42.28.
On course now, bib 288, a freshman from Brookfield East, skiing as an individual, Anna Abernethy.
And in the gate will be 202, Hannah Ross, a senior from Franklin.
We're watching Anna Abernethy on course from Brookfield East.
She's racing as an individual today. .288, Anna Abernethy making her way through the course.
This is Anna Abernethy approaching the finish line, turning in a time of 44.07. On course now, bib 202, senior from Franklin, Hannah Ross.
And in the start is our last racer for the second seed, 232, Reese Miazga, a sophomore from McWanago.
Watching Hannah Ross approach the
Head
Head
wall.
wall. Thanks the word. Thank you. 400 times saying it. Here comes Hannah Roth.
Hannah doing a nice job. Her last Super G is in her high school career. Here she comes, Hannah Roth, bib 202 to the finish. Hannah's time is a 42.83.
Rounding out seed number 2, our final racer in the seed, bib 232, Reese Miazga, a sophomore from Mukwonago, is on course.
And here comes Reese Miazga to the head wall. Bib number 232, Reese Miazga from Mukwonago. Reese coming toward the cowbells. Here's Reese Miazga to the finish. Reese's time is a 41.88. Nice job, Reese. And that concludes our second seed of the women's Super G. We'll continue with third seed after a quick flip. Just another reminder that you can still purchase state apparel. We have a few items left in the boardroom inside the chalet. But if you can't find your size or color that you'd like, you can still go online and you can access that through our state website, the Wisconsin State Alpine Championship website, or explorelacrosse.com. And you can order starting tomorrow, Tuesday, and you have a full week to make a decision if you want to order something, and then they'll charge you a minimal fee to ship it right to your house. So if you want to support the state meet, goes towards the insurance and toward medals and trophies. That's how we pay for all that good stuff. So help support the state meet. Go online and order some cool state apparel. Thanks again to our slippers and all of our course crew.
We have been cleared to start. Our first racer in seed number 3. Coming up next will be bib 187, junior from Cuba City, Mount Hora, Belmont, Abby Kruger.
Abby will be followed by 256 Kelsey Volmar, a freshman from Slinger, Hartford. And Abby is on course. Abby Kruger, bib 187. Sorry, Rich. There's Abby at the head wall. Abby Kruger, a junior from Cuba City, Mount Hora, Belmont Co-op, a 41.35. Up next is Kelsey Volmar, a freshman from Slinger, Hartford.
Kelsey's on course. Coming into view, bib 256. She'll be followed by Zoe Morgan, Oconomowoc.
Bib 256, Kelsey Volmar is at the head wall. Her first Super G at the state meet. Hartford Slinger. Slinger Hartford. Here's Kelsey Volmar approaching the final gate. And Kelsey finishes with a 44.52. Our next racer is Zoe Morgan, bib number 247 from Oconomowoc.
Right behind Zoe will be Flynn Gogan, Kettle Moraine.
Zoe Morgan picking up some snow there as she's picking up speed as well. Bib 247, Zoe Morgan on court.
Zoe doing a nice job holding speed throughout the course. Top to bottom. Zoe Morgan turns in a time of 44.55. On course now, bib 205, Flynn Logan.
And Flynn will be followed by one of our local racers, 162, Greta Griffith, the junior from Aquinas on Alaska, West Salem, in the gate. Here comes 205, Flynn Gogan, approaching the head wall. A junior from Kettle Moraine. We're looking at Flynn Gogan approach finish.
Flynn's got a fancy racing suit on there. 40.76 for Flynn Gogan.
Our next racer is Greta Griffith, bib 162. She is in the start, now on course. In the start after Greta is 291, Addison Dama, sophomore from Wanakee.
On course now is Greta Griffith coming through that thunderation section, which looked flat, but it's not. It is a nice transition in, but it's giving some good momentum and good speed as they transition into this headwall portion. This is Greta Griffith.
And there she is coming into view, Greta Griffith, a junior from the AOWS team. Doing a nice job on this course. Following Greta will be 291, Addison Dama. Here comes Greta Griffith to the finish. And Greta's time is a 47.84.
On course now from Wanakee, Addison Dama, sophomore. He'll be followed by Paige Tarkowski from Muskego. Watching Addison Dama, Wanakee. This is Addison Dama across the line at 46.74, 46.74.
Now on course is bib 305, Paige Tarkowski, a freshman from Muskego. She will be followed by 229, Cameron Worth, a junior from Middleton.
This is Paige Tarkowski coming into view. She's a freshman this year. Again, appears to be skiing beyond her years. Paige Tarkowski from Muskego, turning in a time of 42.13. On course now, Cameron Worth, a junior from Middleton. Cameron will be followed by Cassette Holly. And Cameron had a little spin out there on the top part of the course.
So unfortunately, bib 229, Cameron Worth, will be a DNF. Our next racer will be 258, Cosette Holly, a senior from ULS BA LCL Trinity. So we have a slight hold to make sure that Cameron is okay. It looks like Cameron is up and walking to pick up her skis. So that's good. Not in. We'll continue in just a moment.
Thank our friends at First Supply for allowing the internet feed to go out to those of you that are watching at home. Camera crew doing a great job today in varying conditions. So all of you viewers that are watching on the internet, welcome. Hope you're enjoying this event much from your computers as we are here live, beautiful Mountain Cross. Thanks for watching. We are clear to resume with bib 258, Cosette Holly. She's a senior from ULS BA LCL Trinity, a cooperative team. Right behind Cosette, we're lining up Paige McIntyre from Menominee Falls. This is 258 coming down the course, Cassette Holly.
And in the start, as Rich said, is bib 219, Paige McIntyre. She will be followed by 212, Camille Johnson, one of our local racers, a sophomore from La Crosse, Logan Central. Here's Cosette Holly approaching the head wall. Her final run here at the state meet. She is a senior. Cosette Holly hanging on here, approaching the final gate. Cosette's time is a 51.99.
On course now, Paige McIntyre. Bib 219, she's a sophomore from Menominee Falls. On deck will be Camille Johnson from Logan Central. Paige McIntyre working her way down Thunderation to the drop off the head wall here. We're watching Paige McIntyre. Paige looks like she's got a nice line coming across the steepest portion of this course. Really got some nice turns going here. Sophomore from Menominee Falls turns in a time of 40.83, 40.83. On course now, Camille Johnson, local skier from La Crosse, Logan Central.
And in the start is 239, Cece Gerard, a senior from Madison West. Bib 212, Camille Johnson, a sophomore, is making her way toward the head wall.
I mentioned earlier, a little higher start on the mountain than has been other events, so they actually have a little walk up to do once they get off the lift to a high start. It's Camille Johnson.
Camille does a nice job and finishes with a time of 48.90.
On course 239, C.C. Gerard, a senior from Madison West. On deck is Harper Brandenburg. C.C. Gerard working her way to the head wall. Senior.
And there she is, C.C. Gerard, approaching the head wall. Another senior, her last race here at the state meet. CC's doing a nice job. She approaches the finish, and C.C. Gerard's time is a 41.76.
On course now, 270, Harper Brandenburg, a sophomore from Wausau West, East, Everett. They're in Wausau.
And the start is 298, Riley Cont, a sophomore from Cameron, racing as an individual.
Harper Brandenburg heading toward the head wall. Nice tight turn into the steep pit, picking up a little snow. Got her hand up high, but got back in position there. This is Harper Brandenburg giving it her all. Headed for the finish line in this Super G race, and she crosses at 41.8. On course now, Riley Cont, a sophomore from Cameron, skiing as an individual.
And we're looking at Riley Cont make her way through this course. Riley's a sophomore from Cameron, an individual participant.
Riley Cont crosses the finish line at 43.71, 43.71.
Not sure if we announced Harper Brandenburg's time, but she was ahead of 41.8.
Taking a moment to pick up retrieve a poll up on the course. Unofficial result so far in this girls Super D. In the number one spot, Tommy Joe Springer, Rhinelander Northland Pine. Behind her, Ellie Hearn, less than a half a second between the two. Then Elsie Kmisak from Quantico. Fourth position, Grace Hurley. Rounding out the top five, Peyton Bradford from DSHA. So some really great skiing here today. Keep an eye on that leaderboard as it will continue to change throughout the day. We've had some great racing so far here at the final of girls Super State High School Championships.
And we're in about the top third of our third seed.
On course now, we have Marlis Westbeer from the University School of Milwaukee, bib 269. Marlis is a freshman.
And Marley will be followed by 167, Katie Curry from Arrowhead. Coming into view now is our freshman from University School of Milwaukee, Marlise Westbeer.
Being a nice line here. He's approaching the last few gates here and turning in a time of 43.31 for Marlise Westbeer. On course now, bib 167, Katie Curry from Arrowhead.
And in the start is 276, Ashley Benson, a senior from West Bend.
Katie Curry, Arrowhead. Arrowhead always brings a strong team forward each and every year. Katie Curry showing some strength as a part of that team. Absolutely on a nice here, skiing really well in the third seed. Katie Curry from Arrowhead. Katie's time, 40.94. 40.94 for Katie Curry. On course now, bib 276, Ashley Benson, senior from West Bend. On deck is Sarah Majewski from Brookfield East.
And we are looking at 276, Ashley Benson on course. She's now at the head wall, a senior from West Bend.
Ashley skiing well today as all of the athletes are. Really holding a nice line on this course. Not letting them get the best of them. And here she crosses the finish line in the 10th position, 39.88, Ashley Benson. Sarah Majewski on course, bib 300, a freshman from Brookfield East. On deck will be Riley DeVell.
We're watching bib 300, Sarah Majewski, a freshman from Brookfield East, on the head wall.
Really doing a nice job on that. Whoa, she got a little outside of it, but got back right in. Woo! There's Sarah Majewski giving us a little thrill ride and across the line at 46.39. 46.39. Riley DeVell up next, bib 292, a sophomore from Muskego. On deck behind Riley, Josephine Sagan from Franklin. On course now, Riley DeVell. Watching Riley DeVell from Muskego, sophomore this year, as she transitions into the head wall, keeping some nice speed through that turn there. Technically called Coach's Corner up there at the top of the White House run. Watching Riley DeVell head towards the finish line, representing Muskego, 43.49 for Riley DeVell.
Our next racer is 203, Josephine Sagan, a senior from Franklin. And in the start will be 233, Eleanor Proctor, a freshman from McWanago. Here's Josephine Sagan making her way through the top portion of this course. Senior, this will be it. This is her final Wisconsin High School State Championship for Josephine Sagan on course.
Used to be follow the yellow brick road, follow blue road to the bottom. Josephine Sagan doing a nice job of just that.
And Josephine Sagan finishes with a time of 49.56.
On course now, bib 233, a freshman from Mukwonago, Eleanor Proctor.
And in the start will be 301, Ella Novinsky, senior from Whitefish Bay.
I gotta say it. You know why I can't live in Mukwonago?
Because you can't spell it.
Correct. Can't spell it. Could never get any mail. Here's Eleanor Proctor. She's from Mukwonago. Being really, really tough as a freshman. Really great field of freshman competitors coming up here. 42.96 for Eleanor Proctor. Ella Novinsky up next, senior from Whitefish Bay. Ella Novinsky's on course.
And in the start is 192, Mackenzie Dorr, a senior from Divine Savior Holy Angels. So you can spell Wisconsin Rapids, though? That's where you're from?
There's a lot of letters there.
Yeah.
You get a free one.
Yeah.
Here comes Ella Novinsky, Whitefish Bay. Got her fan club with her. Some noise.
Here she comes, bib 301, Ella Novinsky from Whitefish Bay approaching the finish. Ella's time is a 47.60. 47.60 for Ella.
On course now, bib 192, senior from Divine Savior, Mackenzie Dorr.
And in the start is 287, Lauren Welsh, a senior from Wisconsin Heights and Memorial.
Mackenzie Dorr across the headline. Appears to be having a nice fast run here as well. We're about well into the third seed here, about 3/4 of the way through. We're watching Mackenzie Dorr, Divine Savior, Holy Angels, and she turns in a time of 40.86.
And our next racer is Lauren Welsh, senior. She's bib 287. She's from Wisconsin Heights Memorial.
On deck is Ella Johns from Badger. We're watching Lauren Welsh. Hi.
Lauren's doing a nice job. Here she is at the head wall. Regained her balance here.
She did. Got a little forward, but got right back to it. Better to be forward than backward. And Lauren Welsh turning nice keys through that course.
Here
Lauren
she
Welsh
is.
turns in a time of 42.3.
Our next racer is bib 183, Ella John, a freshman from Badger. In the start will be 176, Ider Martinez, a senior from Ashwa Bay. Here's Ella Johns, or Jans, freshman from Badger, at the head wall. Bib 183.
Really some good consistent skiing out of this field of competitors today. Great job with this Super G. Here comes Ella. Crosses the line at 41.87.
And on course now is 176, or just getting out of the gate is 176, Ider Martinez, senior from Ashwa Bay.
On deck is Lydia Lim, junior from Whitefish Bay. Lots of bays. Ashwa Bay, Whitefish Bay. Ider Martinez, Ashwa Bay, senior this year. Her way down the course.
There she is, 176, Ider Martinez from Ashwa Bay. And our final racer in the third seed is 299, Lydia Lim, and she's in the start. There's Ider finishing up with a 48.27.
Final racer of seed number 3, bib 299, on course, Lydia Lim, a junior, Whitefish Bay.
And here comes Lydia Lim to the head wall. Bib 299. Lydia Lim doing a nice job on this course. Goes bringing it into the finish. And Lydia Lim's time is a 45.50. And that concludes our third seed of the Women's Super G. Take a quick flip and be back for seed number 4.
We are set to go with our fourth seed. Our first racer in that fourth seed, bib 286, Marin Samuels, a sophomore from Wisconsin Heights Memorial. This is Marin Samuels leading us off in the fourth seed on course. After Marin will be Annabelle Cunningham, junior from Madison West. This is Marin Samuel.
And in the start, we have 238, Annabelle Cunningham, junior from Madison West. We're watching bib 286, Marin Samuels, a sophomore from Wisconsin Heights Memorial. Hanging on there on her edges as she approaches the finish. And Marin Samuels' time is a 45.51. Up next, we have 238, Annabelle Cunningham. And in the start, we have 194, Piper Dupies or Dupies, a senior from DSHA.
On course now, Annabelle Cunningham, a junior from Madison West. Belle's bringing some nice speed to the headwall area. Thunderation section course. A really nice course, skiing really well today. Not sure who set this one, but it's a dandy. I'm sure these kids are having a blast on this thing. It's just flowing beautifully. Annabelle Cunningham bringing it home for Madison West. She turns in a time of 45.19. On course now, Piper Dupies from DSHA, senior this year. On deck behind her is Hattie Wood, sophomore. Cuba City, Mount Horeb, Belmont.
And approaching the headwall is bib 194, Piper Dupies or Dupies from Divine Savior Holy Angels. There she is at the headwall. And Piper is a senior, so this is her last Super G, her last few gates of high school.
A really nice line here as a fourth seed skier. Tough conditions out there. 43.65 for Piper. On course now, bib 189, Hattie Wood.
And in the start is one of our local racers, 214, Bree Scholl, a sophomore from the Lacrosse Logan Central team.
Hattie Wood approaches that ball.
And there's Hattie Wood making her way through the course, bib 189. And here she comes to the finish, 189, Hattie Wood. Hattie's time is a 44.82. Our next racer is Bree Scholl, one of our locals from the Lacrosse Logan Central team.
Bree's a sophomore this year, and she'll be followed by Allie Higby from Oconomowoc. Bree Scholl on court.
And there she is at the headwall, bib 214, Bree Scholl.
Consistent run for Bree.
Bree's holding on here, looking to get a finish here for her team. Here she is, 214, Bree Scholl, finishing with a time of 53.65. Up next, we have Allie Higby, bib 245, a junior from Oconomowoc. She will be followed by 223, Megan McKenney, a senior from Middleton. That's Allie Higby at the headwall. Picking up a little speed here. And 245, Allie Higby approaching the finish. Allie's time is a 43.81.
On course now, we've got Megan McKenney, bib 223. She's a senior from Middleton. Behind Megan, on deck is Alec Wace from Aquinas, Alaska, West Salem. Megan McKenney approaches.
In the start, 165, as Rich said, Alec Wace. He'll be followed by 255, Brian Vetter.
Got a little wide there, but got back on course.
Final gate for our senior from Middleton, Megan McKenney. Her time is a 46.52.
On course now from our local team, Aquinas, Alaska, West Salem. This is Alex Wace. On deck, Ryan Vetter.
And we're looking at 165, Alex Wace from the AOWS squad. There she is at the head wall. And here she comes, 165, Alex Wace, approaching the finish. Alex's time is a 55.55. Fives are wild there, Rich. 55.55.
Go, Ryan Vetter. Speaking of 5'5", she's at bib 255. Ryan Vetter is a senior from Slinger, Hartford. On course now. On deck is Nicole Wallet from Kettle Moraine. We're watching Ryan Vetter.
I guess I always say Ryan because I have a goddaughter named Ryan spelled that way, but I don't know. It might be Ryan or Ryan, but here she comes. She's a senior from Slinger, Hartford. And she finishes with a 44.53, bib 60.
Next up is Nicole Wallet, Kettle Moraine Senior.
Said the wrong bib number. Ryan's bib number is 255. My fault. 208, Nicole Wallet on course. And then in the start is 234, Annalise Rasmussen, a junior from McWanago. Here's Nicole Wallet, a senior from Kettle Moraine. Said that name before. Many years. Here she is.
Like putting a nice run together. Got a little wide there, but up in the upper part of the course, really nice job. Got a little wide on that final pitch, bringing a time home of 43.62 for Nicole Wallet.
Up next, 234, Annalise Rasmussen, a junior from McWanago. In the gate will be 279, Channing Schmidt from West Bend.
We're watching Annalise Rasmussen from MUKWOGO, McWanago.
You did it. Woohoo! Rich can spell. All right, at the head wall is Annalise Rasmussen from McWanago. In the start is 279, Channing Schmidt from West Bend. Here we are with Annalise Rasmussen, bib 234 to the finish. Annalise's time is a 44.03, 44.03.
On course now, bib 279, Channing Schmidt, the junior from West Bend.
And in the start, we have 271, Julia Heemauer from Wausau West, East DC Everett.
Here's Channing Schmidt at the head wall, bringing some nice speed to that head wall. If you can stay tight to the course, really screaming in here. Being on the edge, like say Channing Schmidt, West Bend. Final couple gates here. Channing Schmidt turns in a time of 40.42, a top 20 finisher, 40.42.
Our next racer is 271, Julia Heemauer, a sophomore from the Wausau area. She will be followed by 166, Valeria Coronado, a sophomore from Arrowhead.
Thunderation part of the course is Julia Heemauer, sophomore from Wausau. She comes into
Julia Heemauer on course, bib 271. Here she comes. Julia Heemauer finishes with a time of 46.69.
On course now, Valeria Coronado from Arrowhead, sophomore this year. On deck is Olivia Skelton. We've got Valeria Coronado on course.
And we are approaching the bottom portion of our fourth seat of the Women's Super G. Here comes Valeria Coronado to the head wall.
Valeria doing a nice job in the final gate to this Super G course here. Conditions have remained pretty good for these racers. Valeria crosses at 41.95. On course now, bib 220, sophomore from Menominee Falls. This is Olivia Skelton.
In the start, we have 2:59, Bryn Yaidi, a senior from ULS BA LCL Trinity.
Olivia Skelton on the headwall portion takes a little tumble there. Got a little out of whack. Split out. Send somebody down to check on her. Hold this race for a moment till we're sure Olivia's okay.
And we are ready to resume racing.
Going to be resuming with bib 59. Bryn
Yaidi. Unfortunately, we did have a DNF with bib 220, Olivia Skelton.
On course now is Bryn Yaidi, a senior from ULS LCL Trinity at the co-op team, as she approaches the head ball.
And in the start, we have bib 197, Elizabeth Chekai, a junior from Franklin.
Watching Bryn Yaidi. Comes to that, got a little out of shape there, but right back in. Bryn Yaidi headed to the finish line. She'll be turning in a time of 45.35. On course now, Elizabeth Chekai, a junior from Franklin.
And in the start is 175, Nina Morano, a freshman from Ashwa Bay.
Rounding out the end of our fourth seed skiers here, coming into the last several fourth seed skiers. On the head wall is Elizabeth Chekai.
And we hear the cowbell for Elizabeth Chekai from Franklin.
Consistent line to the bottom. This is Elizabeth Chekai turning in a time of 46.65 for Franklin. On course now, Nina Morano, freshman from Ashwa Bay.
And in the start is 265, Francesca Drope, a junior from University School of Milwaukee. She will be followed by 181, Maddie Hansen from Badger to wrap up the fourth seed.
Okay, Ashwa Bay fans, time to make some noise for Nina Morano.
And Nina is approaching the head wall, a freshman from Ashwa Bay. All right, Nina Morano doing a nice job here as she approaches the final gate. Bib 175, Nina Morano finishing with a time of 53.61.
Out of the gate, on course now, bib 265, a junior from the University School of Milwaukee, Francesca Drope.
And finishing up will be 181, Maddie Hansen, a senior from Badger. And there she is, Francesca Drope, a junior from University School of Milwaukee, making her way through this Super G course. Bib 265, Francesca Drope to the finish, and her time is a 44.18. 44.18.
Rounding out seed number 4, bib 181, Maddie Hansen. She's a senior from Badger. And Maddie comes into view over the head wall, rounding out her high school ski racing career. Maddie Hansen doing a nice job here on the final portion of the course. Rounding out seat number 4, from Team Badger, Her time, 49.47. 49.47 wraps up seed number 4. We'll do a quick flip of the course. Be back with you in a moment with seed number 5. And we're off with seed number 5, leading off with bib 272. She's on course, a sophomore from Wausau West, East, and DC Everest. This is Tessa Haben.
In the starters, bib 236, Beatrice Barbouche, a sophomore from Madison West.
We're watching Tessa Hobbins out on the front part of the course here, representing Wausau, sophomore this year. You aren't at Granite Peak anymore, Tessa.
She's doing a nice job on this Super G course here at Mount Lacrosse.
And here comes Tessa Hobbins from Wausau across the line at 47.06.
Our next racer is 236, Beatrice Barbouche, a sophomore from Madison West. She will be followed by 199, Eloise Levesque, a senior from Franklin. And we're looking at Beatrice Barbouche, sophomore from Madison West, on the top portion of this course.
Here she comes into view. For Madison West, beat Barbouche on court.
In the start, we have 199, Eloise Levesque, a senior from Franklin.
Just got a little out of whack there on that gate, but got right back in the zone. And Beatrice comes across the line, time of 48.54. On course now, bib 199, Eloise Levesque from Franklin.
And in the start is bib 280, Sadie Schmidt, freshman from West Bend.
Eloise approached the head wall here.
And there she is at the head wall, bib number 199, Eloise Levesque, a senior from Franklin.
Franklin fans here cheering on Eloise, senior year. Final run down Mount Lacrosse at the state championships. She turns in a time of 52.41. On course now, bib 280, Sadie Schmidt. She's a freshman from West Bend.
And she will be followed by another freshman, bib 228, Sydney Weiss from Middleton.
Sadie Schmidt on course.
And there comes our freshman from West Bend at the head wall, Sadie Schmidt.
Sadie got a little out of whack on that gate. Got back seat.
And unfortunately, bib 280, Sadie Schmidt will be a did not finish.
Next on course, bib 228, a freshman from Middleton, Sydney Weiss. On deck behind her, Megan Robertson from Kettle Moraine.
And we are in the 5th seed of the Women's Super G. We'll have the boys Super G coming up this afternoon, approximately at about 1:45 for the boys Super G.
On course now is Sydney Weiss, a freshman from Middleton. Coming into view is Sydney Weiss.
And in the start, we have 2:07 Megan Robertson, Kettle Moraine.
Little sun shining on this course now. Like I said, if you don't like the weather, wait a couple minutes, it'll change. Snow to sun. Here's Sydney Weiss heading for the finish line. Representing Middleton, turning in a time 45.48. On course now, bib 207. She's a senior from Kettle Moraine, Megan Robertson.
And in the start, we have bib 188 Julia Kruger, a freshman from the Cuba City Mount Horeb Belmont Co-op. So we're looking at 2:07 Megan Robertson on course, a senior from Kettle Moraine.
Bringing speed here into this fifth seed. Megan Robertson crosses the finish line with a time of 42.88.
Our next racer is bib 188 Julia Kruger, freshman. She'll be followed by 2:35 Audrey Severson, a sophomore from McWanago.
Watching Julia Kruger approach the head wall. She is letting him run, that's for sure. Julia Kruger, their strong freshman skier.
Doing a great job. Julia Kruger making her way to the finish. And Julia's time is a 43.36.
On course now, bib 235, a sophomore from McWanago, Audrey Severs. On deck, Megan Isabel Arrow.
And here she comes, bib 235, Audrey Severson, a sophomore from McWanago, at the head wall. In the start, we have bib 170, Megan Isabel, a sophomore from Arrowhead.
Watching Audrey Severson in the bottom portion of the course. In her turns consistently. Turn in a time, 46.28.
Our next racer is bib 170, Megan Isabel, sophomore from Arrowhead. She is now on course.
Go from last name Isabel to first name Isabel, with following Isabel Pratt. Right behind Megan Isabel. Is on course now and out in front of us, senior from Arrowhead. Arrowhead always skis strong at the state meet. Got noisy fans. Let's keep an eye on Megan Isabel. She crosses the line at 41.41.
Nice run for the sophomore from Arrowhead, Megan Isabel. Our next racer is bib 248, Isabel Pratt, a junior from Oconomowoc. And in the start is 285, Olivia Reagan, freshman from Wisconsin Heights Memorial.
On the head wall, Isabel Pratt from Oconomowoc. Keeping some nice speed on the fastest portion of the course here.
Here she comes, 248, Isabel Pratt to the finish. Isabel's time is a 46.52.
Next up, a freshman from Wisconsin Heights Memorial, Olivia Reagan, bib 285 is on course.
And in the start is 250, Kate Dornacker, freshman from Slinger, Hartford. Top part of the course is 285, Olivia Regan, a freshman from Wisconsin Heights Memorial. Here she is at the head wall.
Getting it to be about the middle of the pack here on speed number 5. Olivia Reagan makes a nice turn. Strong freshman skier. Closing out her run with a time of 45.03. 45.03.
Next racer is 250, Kate Dornacker, a freshman from Slinger, Hartford. She will be followed by Bib 180, Megan Gostomski, a junior from Badger. And here comes Kate Dornicker as she approaches the head wall. We're watching the freshman from Slinger Hartford, Kate Dornicker, bib number 250 on course.
It looks like she's having a nice run. Looks like she's having fun as well. Kate crosses the line at 43.57.
Our next racer is bib 180, Megan Gostomski, a junior from Badger.
On deck behind Megan will be Emily Peterson, a freshman from Divine Savior.
And we're looking at Megan Gostomski, a junior from Badger, at the head wall. Megan got a little wide, but back on track and going to hopefully get a good finish for the Super G. Bib 180, Megan Gostomski approaches the finish, and Megan's time is a 49.91. 49.91 for Megan.
On course now is Emily Peterson, a freshman from Divine Savior Holy Angels. On deck is Allison Wink, a sophomore from Menominee Falls. We've got Emily Peterson on course.
And there's Emily Peterson, a freshman from DSHA, coming in a little hot there.
Emily had trouble there. Hopefully she's okay.
Hopefully she lost the key, but hopefully she's going to be okay. So it looks like bib number 196, Emily Peterson. Looking the head wall is bib 222, Allison Wink, sophomore from Menominee Falls. Making her way through this Super G course.
Getting into the last several racers of seat number 5 here.
In the start is bib 160, Mary Catherine Clatworthy.
Got eyes on Allison Wink out front. Allison will turn in a time of 51.46.
Up next is 160, Mary Catherine Clatworthy, a junior from Aquinas on Alaska, West Salem.
On deck behind Mary Catherine will be Ava Scholl, another local skier, freshman from Logan Central.
Here's Mary Catherine Clatworthy at the head wall, doing a nice job. She's a junior from the AOWS squad. Shout out to her mom, who is an English teacher at Central High School. Here comes Mary Catherine. Here's Mary Catherine Clatworthy with a time of 50.79, 50.79 for Mary Catherine. Up next is bib 213, Ava Scholl, a senior from La Crosse Logan Central team. And in the start is bib 173, Elvira Bernal, a sophomore from Ashwa Bay. Approaching the head wall is 213, Ava Scholl. And there she is. Bib number 213, Ava Scholl, on course.
Just 3 racers left in the seat 5. Go on to the next seat 6. Ava Scholl works her way to the bottom.
Here she comes, 213, Ava Scholl's time, 57.38.
On course now, bib 173, Ashwa Bay, Elvira Bernal. Followed by Sophia Torinas from University School of Milwaukee. Elvira Bernal on course.
And at the head wall is bib 173, Elvira Bernal from Ashwa Bay. Sophomore. And the Ashwa Bay crowd is cheering Elvira Bernal on as she takes a little tumble.
Been up, but she's focused on the mission. Get up, get going. goes Elvira.
Elvira finishes with an unofficial time of 1.02.07.
On course now, bib 267, Sophia Torinas from the University School of Milwaukee.
And following Sophia will be bib 262, Marilee Nigro, a freshman. And that will wrap up our 5th seed of the ladies Super G. On course, Sophia Torinas.
Sophia carrying some nice speed into the bottom portion of this course. Rounds out the end of the 5th seed. School of Milwaukee.
Here comes Sophia Torinas, bib 267 to the finish. And Sophia's time is a 49.10. 49.10 for Sophia. Wrapping up the seed is bib 262, Marilee Nigro, a freshman from ULS BA LCL Trinity. And Marilee is approaching the head wall. 262, Marilee Nigro, a freshman. Her first time at the state meet on this Super G course.
She is bringing speed to this course. Let's do a play here. Marilee crossed 6.01. Take time for a quick course repair and flipping. Be back to introduce seed number 6 in a minute. Our first racer of seed number 6 is cued and on course. It is bib 266, Alice Gardner, a freshman from the University School of Milwaukee. Right behind Alice will be 243, Paige Behrens, a junior from Oconomowoc.
And this is our 6th and final seed of the girls Super G. Remember, we will follow up with the boys Super G after the course is reset and inspected. So we're looking at a 1:45 start for the boys Super G. Here's Alice Gardner on course.
On deck is Paige Behrens from Oconomowoc. So we're watching Alice Gardner out front. Alice approaches the finish line, turns in a time for University School of Milwaukee at 48.61. On course now, 243, Paige Behrens from Oconomowoc.
And in the start is bib 240, Juliet McMurray, a freshman from Madison West.
Watching Paige Behrens comes through the thunderation part of the course. Leading off into seed 6 here with a couple of racers. Paige Behrens in view.
243, Paige Behrens on course, approaching the last few gates of this Super G course. There she is, Paige Behrens, her time, 47.68.
On course now, bib 240, freshman from Madison West, Juliet McMurray. On deck behind Juliet, Zoe Dickinson, a freshman from Franklin. We've got Juliet McMurray on course.
Juliet McMurray is on course. Freshman from Madison West making her way to the finish. She is bib 240, Juliet McMurray. Her time, all fours, 44.44. Up next, we have bib 200, Katie Martin, freshman from Franklin. So we have an insert, bib 200. Instead of Zoe Dickinson, we have Katie Martin from Franklin on course. So we're not quite sure what happened with our racer. We think it might be Katie Martin. It might be it did not finish, but we'll let you know.
Looked as though here 200 Katie Martin, that was an insert, potentially be a did not finish. Leading up next, 163 Lydia Hart, sophomore locally here from Aquinas, Salem.
And following Lydia, we'll have 261 Hannah Meyer, a senior from ULSBA LCL Trinity.
And this is Lydia Hart, sophomore from Aquinas, Alaska, West Salem on course.
We are about a third of the way through the sixth seed of a ladies Super G at the state meet. We're looking at bib 163, Lydia Hartman, sophomore from the Aquinas, Alaska, West Salem team. Here she is at the head wall, Lydia Hartman.
On deck behind Lydia, Hannah Meyer, senior from ULSBA LCL Trinity. We're watching Lydia Hartman out front, sophomore from Aquinas, Alaska, West. Lydia Hart. Lydia turns in a time AOWS 58.53. On course now, bib 261, Hannah Meyer, the senior.
And following Hannah will be bib 218, Emily LaFour, a sophomore from Menominee Falls. We're watching Hannah Meyer on court. There's Hannah picking up some speed, bib 261. Hannah Meyer approaching the final gates of Super G. And Hannah's time is a 48.58. Our next racer is bib 218, Emily LaFour from Menominee Falls.
On deck behind Emily will be Julia Holt, a freshman from Slinger Hart. We've got Emily LaFour on court.
And here she comes, Emily LaFour at the head wall.
Still some very, very strong racing here going into the later afternoon of the girls' Super D.
Here comes Emily LaFour from Menominee Falls approaching the finish. Bib 218. Emily's time is a 47.62. On course now is bib 251, Julia Holt, the freshman from Slinger Hartford.
On deck behind Julia, Zuma Eflund from Kettle Moraine.
There's Julia Holtz at the head wall, our freshman from Slinger, Hartford. Julia Holtz, her first Super G at state, and she finishes with a time of 47.67.
On course now, bib 204, freshman from Kettle Moraine, Zuma Efland. On deck, 282, Fiona Shaw, West Bend.
At the head wall is bib 204, Zuma Efland, a freshman from Kettle Moraine. As Rich said in the start, we have Fiona Shaw from West Bend. Here comes Zuma Efland to the finish with a time of 44.80. Up next is 282, Fiona Shaw, a senior from West Bend.
On deck, 190, Joan Berry, Fine Savior. On course now, bib 282, Fiona Shaw. Watching Fiona Shaw come through the last few gates here of this girls Super G. Wisconsin State High School Finals. Fiona Shaw turns in a time of 49.49 for Fiona Shaw. On course now, bib 190, Joan Berry, a senior, Fine Savior, Holy Angel.
We're going to wrap up our sixth seed with all seniors now. Bib 231, Anna McLean. And then after Anna will be 168, Sophie Dempsey. So we're looking at Joan Berry, a senior from Divine Savior. Here comes bib 190, Joan Berry.
Strong on the bottom part of this course. Joan Berry crosses the line at 40.25, 15th.
Oh, great run by Joan Berry coming out of the sixth seed. Up next, we have bib 231, Anna McLean, a senior from McWanago. She'll be followed by 168, Sophie Dempsey, a senior from Arrowhead.
And the sun is shining here at beautiful Alpine Crosse, Wisconsin. We've had a tremendous day of racing here. A little gray, a little snow, and now a little sun. Everything goes. State High School Racing Meet. Anna McLean from McWanago, senior this year.
And in the start is 168, Sophie Dempsey from Arrowhead. Here comes Anna McLean to the finish, a senior from McWanago with a time of 46.97.
On course now, Sophie Dempsey, a senior from Arrowhead. On deck is Ian Masson from Wausau.
And the Arrowhead fans are ready for Sophie Dempsey as she approaches the head wall. There she is, Sophie Dempsey at the head wall.
Arrowhead fans are on fire for Sophie Dempsey, her senior year, running the last Super G of her high school career, turning in the time of 41.63, 41.63. Apparently 274, Yin Masson did not start. Be moving to 179, Maddie Garvins, a senior from Bad.
And our last racer will be 225, Lainey Riley, a senior from Middleton. Maddie Garvins is now on course. Here she comes, bib 179, Maddie Garvins at the head wall. And in the start is 225, Lainey Riley, senior from Middleton. Here comes Maddie Garvins, bib 179, a senior from Badger, finishing up. And Maddie's time is a 54.41.
On course now, bib 225, Lainey Riley from Middleton. This is Lainey Riley. Getting to the end of our 6th seed. We may have one more racer. We're waiting for final notification on that behind Lainey, but right now we're watching Lainey Riley, senior from Middleton, Wisconsin.
Order starting tomorrow. The website will be open. Just go to the state site and you can order the apparel that you want and it will be delivered to your home. So help support the state meet, medals, trophies, and insurance costs, and it all goes back to the racing program. So thanks very much, and we'll be back to do the boys Super G at around 1:45.
Speaking of apparel, if you're a 1 through 6 finisher at the state meet, you can also order a special jacket sent to your home. Those are on display at the apparel booth as well. So if you're a top finisher in the state weekend meet, stop by the apparel booth, order a really cool jacket.
Yes, you can try them on and make sure you have the correct size and check it out. Just go inside, go to your right to the boardroom. So we just got an update on the jackets for the all-state qualifiers. You can actually pick up the jackets today. Not only can you try them on, but you can actually pay for them and pick them up if you qualify as an individual and as maybe as a team. So they're there for you. They planned ahead and got sizes, and hopefully you can find your size if you're qualified for the all-state team. So check it out. The cost is $225. And I think it comes with a hat too. So check it out in the chalet to the right, the boardroom. So we'll see you back here for the men's Super G. All right, updated start for the boys Super G. It looks like we won't be able to start at 1:45. It looks more like 2:10-ish, 2:15. The Super G has to get set, and then the boys need to inspect. So approximately 2:10-ish, 2:15 for the boys Super G.
Life is so grand, throw up your hands. Never slow down, never sit still. You can dance, you can spin, you can dance, 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 dance. Lovin', 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 all of the day. Lovin', 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 all of the way. Shaking, shaking, shaking to the beat. Wiggle, 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 both of your feet.
Hi, I don't know where to start.
Oh yeah, we can help.
Visit your Gerhard's Kitchen and Bath store today.
Congratulations and good luck to all the athletes this weekend at State.
Thank you, coaches WIARA and Mount Lacrosse, for making State a memorable event.
Ski Fast!
It's great working with Larson Company because I feel like they're a part of our team.
First name basis.
This week I called David Gregory.
I talked to the CSR Crystal in Green Bay.
Mike in Appleton. Every time we need him, he's there.
Down to the tech support, sales, it's an excellent experience.
I call Bob, sometimes Bob Miller, and just ask questions about stuff I'm running into, and that's been really refreshing too, having someone to call to just bounce stuff off of, and they always have time.
The camaraderie and the friendship I've developed over the years is I guess the biggest thing that sticks out to me. It's not maybe specifically one thing, but just the overall experience. The guys that work there and gals are my friends.
Does your traditional heat pump system struggle to maintain interior comfort levels during the winter season? Is using old fuel-burning furnaces becoming far too expensive and not environmentally friendly? Mitsubishi Electric, the leader in sustainable high-performance heat pump technologies, introduces H2i and H2i+. Our revolutionary hyperheating inverter heat pump systems with H2i technology can supply 100% heating capacity in conditions cold as 5 degrees Fahrenheit. Visit us at MitsubishiComfort.com to learn more.
You know, when I think about why Larson, I think about our three uniques. It's the combination of all three uniques that makes us different. The first unique is to set a new standard.
So when we talk about setting a new standard, it's really what differentiates us in terms of being more forward-looking. Larson has always been looking to the future, more progressive.
Very top of the list, Good Stuff Larson Company. #1 most engaged, highest scoring distributor in our entire membership of over 400 distributors around the world.
Dealing with Larson, they have that same small business feel, even though they're a large company, which makes you want to go back.
Between the guys at the counter, the salesman, tech support, I think it's just an excellent experience working with Larson Company.
Our second unique is to make it easy.
I think what really separates Larson is its ability to want to make it easy for the customer, as well as the people that are behind the scenes invested in the stakeholders' success.
And just the simple, basic things, getting in and out of our branches quickly and easily. Even e-commerce we talked about, that makes it easy for our customers to place orders any time of the day. They can come in, their order's ready, pick it up, and boom, they're out of the branch.
he called and I answered it and he said, "Ah, finally, you guys answer the phone 100% of the time every time I call."
So different stories all revolve around the same concept of getting the end user what they want in a timely fashion.
And then finally for us, it's personal. We ask our customers what sets us apart. They're like, we love you guys. It's that interpersonal relationship that keeps us coming back.
You know, our customers, our regulars, I should say, they're not really customers. They kind of become more like family, like they should almost be on the payroll.
And so I call Bob, sometimes Bob Miller, and just ask questions about stuff I'm running into. And that's been really refreshing too, having someone to call to just bounce stuff off of. And they always have time, and so that's a good thing.
Just care. That's important. I think that's the most important thing, just understanding what's happening every day in their business, understanding all the things they go through, the hard times, the good times, you know, celebrate those too.
That's what brings us all together as one family, are those values, living them every day, and helping our customers succeed. That's what it's all about.
Quick hot savings from Quick Trip, or in this case, sizzling savings, because it's bacon. We're taking bacon down to $2.49. What? A 12-ounce package for $2.49? What a deal! Hear it, smell it. Okay, focus. You do have other things on your list to get, but at every turn, you're just 6 degrees from having bacon. Oh, go for it. For everything else, we'll see you next time.
Hi. Let's do this.
Visit your Kohler Signature store today.
Inspiring her dreams and helping her pursue them. That's why we protect your house and your car, because we know they're the launching pad to their dreams. And now you can save up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. American Family Insurance.
We had guys on a job and had already tore equipment out that we needed it to go back in, and they sent someone from the branch and went and picked it up somewhere else and brought it out to the job and had it out there by like 11 o'clock, and we was able to get heat on for a customer. And we've never worked with anyone that's ever done anything like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, this event just simply could not be possible without some very, very amazing sponsors. If you are local or if you've heard of these folks, please patronize them in support of Alpine ski racing here in Wisconsin. We really want to give a large thank you to each and every one of our sponsors. ExploreLacrosse.com, Mount Lacrosse, the Midwest High School Ski Conference, Potato King, the Nagy Alpine Growth Scholarship, as well as Trust Point and Melgus Real Estate. We'd also like to thank our friends at Brennan Marine Professionals since 1919, John Moore and his team at Moore Smiles Family Dental, Ryan Schultz and Associates from American Family Insurance, Badger, Soul Alpine, and Pellinger Electric, some strong local sponsors of Alpine Racing. Fowler and Hammer, Quick Trip, and Acre Properties join the sponsor list, as well as Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning, Dairyland Power Cooperative, a Touchstone Energy Cooperative, Gustav A. Larson, Extraordinary Service and Innovative Solutions. First Supply allows the opportunity to have this event televised on the internet with a live feed. Our friends at Matthey Construction are great sponsors, as well as Gerhardt's Kitchen, Bath, and Lighting Store. Also like to thank Steve Davis from Aperture, who does all of the photography. And you can take a look at your pictures by getting on the Aperture Sports webpage and taking a look. There's also a link to Explore Lacrosse. Curtis Printing is also a sponsor of our Wisconsin State High School Ski Tournament. And again, we could not do that or do this event with all of those great sponsors. So shout out to those folks who make this happen. Attention athletes and coaches. Course inspection is now closed. We need you to move to the top of the run to begin the Boys Super G. One more reminder so we can move to an on-time start. Inspection is closed, so coaches and athletes, please move to the top of the course for the start. We're getting very close to the start of the boys Super G here, the final race of the Wisconsin State High School Ski and Snowboard Championships here. Our 48th year of hosting ski championships, 30 of them here at Mount Lacrosse. Getting ready to see some great racing from our Super G boys here. Again, a very fast race. As we have done earlier, in each race, we are going to have some men's Super G Forerunners here. Looks like we have a total of 5 Forerunners this afternoon. Getting some last minute pieces in place here to begin our boys Super G at the Wisconsin Interscholastic Alpine Racing Association Ski and Snowboard Championship. We've got our first Forerunner on course, Miles Navin. Miles Navin. I mentioned earlier, Super G is a speed event. There's a little bit more technical, little quick turns. These are wider turns, faster speeds. Miles is having a nice run as a Forerunner here, checking out our timing, making sure everything's working. Here is Gemma Sandor, second Forerunner. And he has a little slide out here on the Super G course. A little surprised by that one, isn't expecting it. Next Forerunner on the men's Super G course. Good. Braden Cap. Braden coming into view on the headwall area here on our Thunderation course. Little peak of sun earlier in the day, and we've moved back to some flat light conditions here. Our third Forerunner, thank you, Braden Patterson. Ava Lindsay for running the men's course here today. Thank you, Ava. So we're getting ready for our start of our first racer in seat number 1, opening up our boys Super G with bib 47. He's a senior from Marquette, Jack Steiner. In the gate behind Jack, the Bodie Stevens running number 2 in bib 34. He's a senior from Catholic Memorial. getting real close to having Jack Steiner on course. And we do have our first racer on course, bib 47, Jack Steiner, a senior from Marquette. Let's see what Jack's got. He's going to be a contender, second place in the Super G last year here at Mount Lacrosse State Finals. Jack's putting together a nice run representing Marquette. First guy down this course in our official competition. He's got some fire underneath those skis. Jack Steiner crosses the line 35.87.
Our next racer is bib 34, Bodie Stevens, a senior from Catholic Memorial.
Behind Bodie will be Tucker Sturm, a junior from Madison Memorial. Bodie Stevens on course.
And here comes Bodie to the head wall. Carrying quite a bit of speed. That's Bodie Stevens from Catholic Memorial.
Bodie doing a nice job holding edge, staying tight to the gates here as he comes down to the final approach here. Bodie Stevens across the line at 36.98. On course now, Tucker Sturm, a junior from Madison Memorial.
He'll be followed by one of our local racers, bib 4, Cullen Sackman, a sophomore from the Aquinas Onalaska West Salem team. So we're waiting where Tucker Sturm is on course.
We have just had a great weekend of racing here at Mount Lacrosse. Just day after day, it couldn't be any better. Courses have been set in just a really nice way. We've had some great racers and tons of fun here this weekend so far. This is Tucker Sturm coming into course.
In the start, we have Cullen Sackman. Here's Tucker Sturm, bib number 68, approaching the finish.
A little wide on that last corner, but Tucker's going to have a nice time of 36.59.
Our next racer is bib number 4, Cullen Sackman. He'll be followed by 157, Cole Thompson from Kettle Moraine.
On course now, Cullen Sackman.
And there he is, bib number 4, Cullen Sackman at the head wall. Cullen's looking good as he approaches his final gate.
Cullen definitely has the gas on, crossing the line at 35.95. On course now, bib 157, a junior from Kettle Moraine. Skiing as an individual, it's Cole Thompson.
And here comes bib 157, Cole Thompson, approaching the head wall.
Behind Cole, on deck, is Peter Waterman from Wisconsin Dells. Peter's a freshman. We've got eyes on Cole Thompson out front. Cole's holding a nice line as he comes through that left, right, left chicane. And here comes Cole Thompson. He got a little wide at the end there. Crosses the finish line with a time, 38.02.
A memorable finish for Cole Thompson, a junior from Kettle Moraine. Up now is 142, Peter Waterman, a freshman from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie. And Peter will be followed by 21, Charlie Robluski, senior from Ashwa Bay.
Got Peter Waterman on course. Again, he's one of these fast and furious freshmen.
And it looks like they got a false finish for him at the moment, but they'll get his time, right? Here comes Peter Waterman on course.
Watching Peter Waterman. He crossed the finish line. We'll get a time for Peter in just a moment here.
And our next racer is bib 21, Charlie Robluski, a senior from Ashwa Bay. In the start will be 132, Mason Dorn, a sophomore from West Bend. just a slight fold while we get that figured out. And on course right now is Charlie Roblewski. There's coming into view right now is Charlie, bib 21. And Ashwa Bay fans cheering Charlie on. And Charlie crosses the finish. We'll get the times as soon as we can. Our next racer will be 132, Mason Dorn from West Bend.
Charlie's time, 38.47. 38.47 for Charlie Roblewski.
And now on course, we have Mason Dorn, bib 132. And this is Mason Dorn on course, bib 132, a sophomore from West Bend. And Mason finishes with a time of 51.92. 51.92. On course now is bib 144, Sam Durner, freshman from Wausau Homeschool. And there's Sam at the head wall.
Behind Sam in the gate will be Jonas Siebert from Waukesha. Got eyes on Sam Durner on the bottom part of this course. Putting together a nice run. Sam comes across the line at 36.34, unofficially in the 4th position. Jonas Siebert on course. Jonas will be followed by our local racer, Eric Moore.
And it looks like we have a time for Peter Waterman. It's 36.23. Peter Waterman's time is 36.23. Nice run by Peter.
Here's Jonas Siebert approaching the head wall, a junior from Waukesha.
And there he is at the head wall. And Eric Moore is in the gate. Bib 39. Here comes Jonas Siebert. Jonas finishes with a time of 38.99. 38.99.
On course now, one of our favorite local racers, bib 39, Eric Moore. He's a senior from Logan Central.
Eric is on course. In the start is 129, Hayden Johansson from Whitefish Bay.
Eric focused at the head wall. He's been over that jump there a few times in his day. Putting together a nice run, staying in good position here. This is Eric Moore.
Eric Moore is doing a great job as he approaches the finish. And Eric's time is a 36.72.
Unofficially in the 6th position for Eric Moore. On course now, Hayden Johansson from Whitefish Bay. Bib 129 is a senior this year.
And in the start is 108, William Morgan, a senior from ULS BA LCL Trinity.
This is Hayden Johansson on course. Senior from Whitefish Bay, catching a little air off of that lip there, but getting right back onto his feet. Staying tight to the gates as he approaches this Super G course with some commitment. Hayden Johansson crosses at 37.41 for an unofficial 8th position.
Now on course is bib 108, William Morgan, a senior. He'll be followed by a sophomore, bib 25, Trip Hilliard. So we might have a little slight change. This could be bib 25, Trip Hilliard from Badger on course. And unfortunately, bib 108, William Morgan, did not start. 108 did not start, but Trip Hilliard did start. And here he's coming down the course.
Trip had some nice angulation on those top few turns there. You could see him really getting on edge. He's a sophomore from Badger. On deck is James McNamara from Madison West. We've got Trip Hilliard out in front. He's continuing the momentum from the top part of the course that he set early on. Trip Hilliard crosses with a time of 35.62. Pops him into the #1 spot.
Nice run by Trip. Next up, we have bib 80, James McNamara, junior from Madison West on course. He will be followed by bib 12, Matt Rabella, senior from Arrowhead.
Got James McNamara on course now. He's a junior from Madison. Just approaching the head wall. P2 puts him in the air a little bit as he comes over that transition. Great day for racing here at Mount Lacrosse, winding up our final event here of the weekend with our boys Super G, and James McNamara comes across at 37.24, puts him in a top 10 position at number 9.
Next on course, bib 12, Max Rabella from Arrowhead. He'll be followed by bib 85, Hudson Croyning, senior from Oconomowoc. We're looking at Max Rabella from Arrowhead on course. There he is. Got a little bit of air there too. Max Rabella making his way through this Super G course.
Those Arrowhead fans are going to need some cough drops on the way home. This is Max Rabella, 34.97. He pops into the number 1 position. Nice work for Max. On course now from Oconomowoc, Hudson Croyning.
And in the start is bib 146, Sam Hoagland from Wanakee.
Watching Hudson Croyning here approach the final pitch here. Hudson's a senior, closing out his high school racing career. Ooh, he got a little bit off kilter there, but got it right back on track. Hudson Croyning with a time of 36.79, a top 10 finish.
Next up is 146, Sam Hoagland, sophomore from Wanakee. He'll be followed by bib 99, Leighton Jasperson, a senior from Slinger, Hartford.
Sam Hoagland skiing as an individual out of Wanakee, Wisconsin.
And Sam is racing as an independent or individual, however you want to say it. Here we have Sam on course. And he's our senior from Wanakee, bib 146, approaching the finish.
Really nice job on this course for Sam Hoagland. And he crosses at 37.21. Leighton Jasperson on course. He's next up, a senior from Slinger, Hartford.
And in the start is bib 96, Riley Zarm, a senior from Rhinelander, Northland Pines.
Coming into view is Leighton Jasperson. Kind of a neat view as they come across that crest there, as we see it as spectators down here. Horse is holding up nicely for this first seed. Ooh, he got a little wide there, but back on it. Leighton Jasperson crosses at 36.17 in number 5 position.
Next up is bib 96, Riley Zarm, senior from Rhinelander, Northland Pines. He'll be followed by 122, Landon Westfall, senior from the Wausau area. And Riley's arm is on course. Here he comes, the head wall, picking up some speed.
He really is putting some speed down in this portion of the course. Woo! There's a little quick transition. Whoops, and a little slide out there for Riley's arm.
And unfortunately, Riley's arm will be a did not finish. Next up, we have bib 122, Landon Westfall, senior from Wausau West, East, and DC Everest team. Landon is now on course, and in the start is bib 55, Nick Peterson, a senior from Menominee Falls.
We're watching Landon Westfall out front, bib 122. From the Wausau ski team. Landon Westfall puts in a time of 35.65, number 3 unofficially.
Up next is bib 55, Nick Peterson from Menominee Falls. In the gate will be 58, Jude Kunkel, senior from Middleton. Here comes Nick Peterson, bib number 55, approaching the head wall.
Got a full house of spectators and coaches up on the coaches' corner there, watching these guys rip through that corner. Got to be pretty exciting up there, too. Here's Nick Peterson across the line at 36.37. Another top 10 finish, unofficially 9. Jude Kunkel on course, a senior from Middleton.
And in the gate is 71, Noah Bindus, a senior from Muskego. We had a great day of racing yesterday and today. See what Noah comes with today on the Super G.
Here's Jude Kunkel. Again, they're getting that dark light transition up there along the rock wall. It's pretty dark. Get down in the front pitch here. They've got some sun to contend with. A little change in the visibility as they approach this bottom part. He is really putting some speed down on the bottom part of the course. Let's keep an eye on Jude. Crosses at 35.88, puts him in the number 5 spot.
Next up is bib 71, Noah Bindis, a senior from Muskego. And in the start is 143, Logan Blum, freshman from Brookfield Central.
And we are winding down our seed number 1 as Noah Bindis gets on course. A senior from Muskego. Let's keep our eyes on him. This should be a fast time.
Here he comes at the head wall, Noah Bindis. Our next racer is 153, Chase Raven. But here comes Noah Bindis to the finish. And Noah's time is a speedy 33.82, 33.82 for Noah.
Pops him into the number 1 spot. Good work, Noah. Little change here with 153, Chase Raven finaling the seed number 1.
We have it did not start with 143, Logan Blue.
Chase Raven on course. He's a senior from Hudson, skiing as an independent.
Here we go. Chase is approaching the head wall. Had a little bobble at the top, but here he comes. Chase Raven from Hudson, racing as an independent. Here he comes. Nice run from Chase Raven, 35.65, unofficially a 4th spot. That concludes our seed number 1 for the boys Super G. We'll do a quick flip and then we'll be back for the second seed. And a nice shout out to all of our course workers. Leading the way with the slippers right now is Mountain Man Bill Patza. Thanks for all of his help as race coordinator here for Mount Lacrosse. And thank you to all of our volunteers throughout the 3-day event. We couldn't do it without you, and it's been a great race venue at Mount Lacrosse, and we appreciate everybody's help.
You know, I don't know what it is, Amy, about slipping a course, but somehow or another it makes those guys thirsty. Not sure what that's all about exactly, but they come away really thirsty.
Well, it is good to hydrate always, Rick. So we appreciate all of their work, and it does take a lot of time and effort to do this. Thank you very much, course workers.
There went Fritz Bleinfelder, chief of course, making sure all the course workers stay in line.
Our first racer in the second seat is bib number 89, Austin Steiner, a freshman from Oconomowoc. He will be followed by bib 158, Alex Weiss, a senior from Edgewood.
Got Austin Steiner on course.
And Austin, a freshman at Oconomowoc.
In a nice position there on the top part of the course. Let's see if he can maintain that same trajectory here and stay on top of his skis. He is putting a nice run together. Austin Steiner, one of these strong freshmen here. Freshman from Oconomowoc, just a little wide there, but he got right back in position. Austin Steiner crosses at 35.81, puts him in the 6th spot. Great work.
Yeah,
Alex Weiss, 158, is up next. He's a senior from Edgewood, skiing as an independent. Behind him will be Logan Gilbert, a freshman from Ashwa Bay.
And here comes bib 158, Alex Weiss, the senior from Edgewood, at the head wall.
Well, these number 2 seed guys have not let off the gas at all. They're really on it again today. Whoops, and Alex Weiss has a little tip out, and he is disappointed. Alex Weiss will be a DNF.
Our next racer is bib 16, Logan Gilbert, a freshman from Asheville Bay. In the gate will be 29, Brady Acker, a sophomore from Catholic Memorial. Now on course is Logan Gilbert. Here comes Logan Gilbert, freshman from Asheville Bay, at the head wall.
Kind of neat as they appear right up behind that big oak tree there. You see their heads first, and they come into camera. Logan Gilbert, freshman from Asheville Bay, out in front of us, holding a nice line there, keeping him on edge. Logan crosses at 37.24. Logan Gilbert on course now. Bib 29, a sophomore from Catholic Memorial, Brady Acker.
And in the gate will be bib 94, Ben Olson, a freshman from Rhinelander, Northland Pines. Catholic Memorial crowd is cheering on their sophomore Brady Acker, who is on court.
You know, Wisconsin is third in the nation for the number of key areas, and it really shows by the number of racers that come into this state East tournament. Brady Acker being one of them from Catholic Memorial.
Oh, and Brady hangs on nicely. Good job by Brady Acker. He finishes with a time of 39.49.
On course next, bib 94. He's a freshman from Rhinelander, Northern Pines. It's Ben Olson. Ben will be followed by another Ben Newbell, a senior from Rice Lake. We've got Ben Olson coming, getting a little, back on his feet.
Coming in hot.
Nicely done for Ben Olson. A little air, a little bounce just to keep the crowd on its toes. Ben Olson give us a show here today. A freshman from Rhinelander brings it home at 37.35.
Nice job by Ben Olson. Now our next Ben, 149, Ben Newble, a senior from Rice Lake, racing as an independent. He'll be followed by another independent or individual racer, 148, Kyle Lawrenson from McWanago. So here we're looking at Ben Newble, senior from Rice Lake, on court.
Coming into view here is Ben Newble from Rice Lake. Current leader, Noah Bindus from Muskego. Ben Newble approaching this final couple of gates here, and he turns in a time of 39.43. 39.43 on deck now, 148. This is Kyle Lawrenson, a junior from McWanago. Kyle's also skiing as an individual.
Sorry, following Kyle will be one of our local favorites, race bib number 3, Patrick Gunderson, sophomore from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team. So Patty is in the start.
There's Kyle skiing as an independent, handled that transition from high to low and getting into the steeps here. This is Kyle Lawrenson from McWanago. And Kyle comes across the finish line, doing a nice job, turning in 38.01. Patrick Gunderson on course now from Aquinas, Alaska West Salem. He's wearing bib number 3. See what Patty's got.
And then he'll be followed by bib number 8, Charlie Bruss, a junior from Arrowhead. Here comes Patty on course. There's Patty Gunderson, bib number 3, at the head wall.
Bringing some heat here also. He's been on this course before. He's been on this run before, so he's got a good feel for what it's going to be. Patrick Gunderson from Aquinas, Alaska West Salem crosses at 35.97, puts him in the top 10.
Nice job by Patty Gunderson. Our next racer is bib 8, Charlie Bruss, a junior from Arrowhead.
Charlie will be followed by Brayson Ham from ULSBA LCL Trinity. On course now, Charlie Bruss.
There's Charlie. Charlie had a great day yesterday.
He is coming on hot. Holy cow. Keep your eyes on him. These Arrowhead guys do not mess around. This is Charlie Bruss. And his time, 34.71, knocks him into the number 2 position. Nicely done, Charlie Bruss.
Our next racer is 105, Brayson Ham, and he'll be followed by a bib 110, Connor Boyle, a junior from Waukesha. At the top of the course is Brayson Ham. And there he is at the head wall. Brayson is a senior from the Milwaukee area.
Ooh, he got a little wide there, but got it back.
And he held on. Brayson Ham's time is a 39.19.
On course now, bib 110, a junior from Waukesha, Connor Boyle. Connor will be followed by Marcus Brightus from West Bend. We're watching Connor Boyle get to the top of the head wall here.
There's Connor Boyle coming into view.
Seeing a little bit more chatter here as we get into these later seeds and some of those corners. It's starting to get just a little bit rutted. You can see him kind of bouncing there as he heads to the finish line. Connor Boyle stays steady and turns at a time of 37.91.
Next up is 131, Marcus Brightus, a senior from West Bend. He'll be followed by bib 23, Jack Clark, a junior from Badger.
We're watching Marcus Brightus put him on edge here. Comes to the head wall section. Marcus, a senior from West Bend, closing out his high school career at Mount Lacrosse on the White House run, Thunderation to White House. Here's Marcus Brightus staying close to the line. And Marcus will turn in a time of 37.9 for Marcus Brightus.
Our next racer is bib 23, Jack Clark, a junior from Badger.
Following Jack will be Simon Bartos, sophomore from Marquette.
And Jack made the podium yesterday. Let's see what he can do here on the Super G.
Our eyes on Jack. He's a junior from Badger, skiing well all weekend.
And he's having a nice run so far.
Really is. Let's keep our eye on Jack.
All right, here he comes. Jack Clark to the finish. Jack's time is a 35.99. Currently at 12th position.
Simon Bartos on deck now, or on track now, from Marquette. In line behind him will be Jackson Butts.
We're going to see Simon Bartos now, bib 44, sophomore from Marquette on court. Does a great job. And now he's approaching the finish. Simon Bartos' time is a 36.96.
On course now from Menominee Falls, Jackson Butsky. His bib is number 50. He's a sophomore this year.
He'll be followed by bib 63, Owen Winkleman, a sophomore from Middleton. Approaching the head wall is bib 50, Jackson Butsky. There he is coming into our view.
You almost can't do it without getting some air up. They're all in the air as they come into that transition. Jackson Butsky from Menominee Falls getting down low, heading for that finish line at 40.51. On course now is Owen Winkleman. He's a sophomore from Madison.
And following Owen will be bib 117, Adam Bouch from Wausau West East DCF. Owen Winkleman approaching the head wall, bib number 63 from Middleton.
Owen is definitely committed to this course. He has definitely brought some speed forward from that top portion. Got a little bobble there from those ruts left by his predecessors, but it's not messing him up. Owen Winkleman heads for the line and turns in 36.75, puts him at number 19. On course now, Adam Bouch from Wausau.
And he'll be followed by bib 128, Matthew Gruber, a senior from Whitefish Bay. Now on course, bib 117, Adam Bouch from the Wausau area. Adam's doing a nice job.
Getting back in that tuck position to finish out these last couple gates. Fairly straight transition to the finish. 37.21 for Adam Bouch. On course now, Matthew Gruber, a senior from Whitefish Bay.
And in the gate, we have 145, Owen Fenig, sophomore from Kettle Moraine.
Matthew Gruber on course now, coming along the rock wall called Thunderation. Into the air for that transition onto the White House pitch. And here's Matthew Gruber, Whitefish Bay. Senior also finishing out his high school ski racing career here today. Matthew Gruber across the line, 38.78.
Up next is bib 145, Owen Fenig, sophomore from Kettle Moraine. He'll be followed by bib 78, Callum Donovan, a junior from Madison West. The top of the course is Owen Fenig. Here comes the sophomore from Kettle Moraine to the head wall. Owen Fenig. And here he's approaching the final gate. Owen Fenig to the finish. Owen's time is a 38.59.
Next up will be Callum Donovan from Madison West, bib 78. On deck behind him, a local racer, Stefan Kovacs, a junior from Logan Central. Coming to the head wall now is Callum Donovan. Whoops, he got on one ski and got right back underneath him. This Callum Donovan, he looked, well, he got wide again and a little bit of a skid out there.
And unfortunately, he lost both skis. Hopefully he's okay.
He had some big momentum, and the rebound just kind of kept kicking him there after he got it back, but Callum Donovan did not finish.
Our next racer will be bib 38, Stefan Kovac, a junior from the lacrosse Logan Central team.
Stefan had a nice performance this morning. I believe he tied it for the 9th position, so he's having a good weekend so far. Fun racer to watch. Our course is cleared. As soon as we get the okay, we're going to be sending bib 38, Stefan Kovacs. He's a junior from Logan Central. Doing a quick little reset timing before we send Stefan. Number 38, junior from Logan Central, Stefan Kovac, is on course. On deck is Lewis Waterman from Wisconsin Dells. Keep our eyes on Stefan, fun racer to watch.
Here comes Stefan Kovac at the head wall, bib number 38.
Being pretty consistently here. Got up on in the air a little bit, got back in position, got down in the tuck. Stefan Kovac across the line, 36 points.
Up next is bib 141, Lewis Waterman, a senior from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie team. He'll be followed by bib 100, Noah McMeekin, a sophomore from Slinger, Hartford. And we are watching Lewis Waterman on course, bib 141. And Lewis doing a nice job as he approaches the finish. And Lewis Waterman's time.
We'll have to get it for you in just a moment.
Up next is Noah McMeekin on course. And it's bib 100, Noah McMeekin, a sophomore from Slinger, Hartford, on course. There's Noah at the head wall.
Noah McMeekin from Slinger, Hartford. Still waiting on Lewis Waterman's time. We'll get that to you in a moment. Noah McMeekin on course. And Noah's time, 38.25, 38.25.
Up next is Alexander Robert, bib number 154. He's a senior from Cedarburg. And Alexander is on course. And we're watching Alexander Robert, a senior from Cedarburg, make his way through this Super G course. And here he comes, Alexander Robert, bib 154, finishing with a time of 42.92.
Update on the time for Lewis Waterman, 38.25, bib 141, 38.25, Lewis Waterman. On course now, bib 73. This is Rowan Gray from Muskego. Rowan will be followed by Alex Mortfett from Madison Memorial. Rowan Gray from Muskego coming into the final few gates here. A senior from Muskego. Rowan turns in a time of 38.85, rounding out seed number 2. Last racer, bib 66, Alex Mortfett, freshman from Madison Memorial.
So Noah McMeekin's time was a 38.25. And we're looking at Alex Mortfett as he approaches the head wall. A freshman from Madison Memorial and East. Here he comes, Alex Mortfett to the finish. Alex's time is a 37.73. And Alex is our final racer for our second seed of the boys Super G. We'll do a slip and come back for our third seed.
Times are correct on the board as you see them, but I may have misspoke. Lewis Waterman at 36.92, Noah McMeekin at 38.25. The times you're seeing on the standing board are accurate. Picking up our course here as we get ready to start the third seed.
And we are ready to begin the third seed of the boys Super G. Our first racer will be bib number 11, Ryan Patterson, a senior from Arrowhead. He'll be followed by bib 48, Ronan Sullivan, also a senior from Marquette.
And we've got Ryan Patterson on course. He's just coming across the head wall. Ryan's a senior from Arrowhead, and he just lit up those fans. He kind of snuck up on us here. They sent him before we got a good look at him. And Ryan Patterson coming into the third seed, coming in hot. Let's see how he does. We'll be with you in a second with a time for Ryan.
He was so fast, he
36.39
fooled
for Ryan
the cameraman.
Patterson.
Up next is bib 48, Ronan Sullivan from Marquette. He'll be followed by bib 113, Nathan McFadden from Waukesha.
This is Ronan Sullivan, a senior from Marquette.
And there's Ronan at the head wall, bib number 48. His last Super G of his high school racing career. And there he is, bib 48, Ronan Sullivan from Marquette finishing. And Ronan's time is a 36.92.
Nathan McFadden up next, bib 113, a senior from Waukesha. On deck behind Nathan is Sam Luther. Nathan McFadden on course. Got to do it right. Get one shot at Super D. Everything counts here. Nathan McFadden and every racer, you get one shot to make it happen. Lots of pressure. Really handling this course nice. McFadden from Waukesha on course. Gets down low in his tuck to get to that finish line and turns in a time of 48.22. On course now, bib 75, a junior from Muskego, Sam Luther. Right behind Sam will be Lars Matson from Bad.
On course right now is bib 75, Sam Luther from Muskego. There he is at the head wall. He's a junior from Muskego. Sam Luther doing a nice job on this course. And Sam Luther finishes with a time of 38.10. Up next, we have bib number 27, Lars Matson, a senior from Badger. And Lars will be followed by bib 152, Henry Paul from Wauwatosa.
On course now, Lars Matson, senior from Badger.
There's Lars at the head wall.
Guys are leading off our third seed very strong here. Good racing still going on. Lars Madsen charges the finish line, representing Badger and turning in a time of 35.72, puts them in a top 10 finish at number 7. Great work by Lars. Henry Paul on course now. He's a senior from Wauwatosa.
And he'll be followed by bib 123, Carter Wolf, a junior from Wausau West, East DC of. Approaching the head wall is bib 152, Henry Paul from Wauwatosa.
Henry Paul staying focused here as he heads to the bottom of the course. Henry Paul comes across at 42.38. 42.38 on course now, a junior from Wausau. Carter Wolf on deck, Michael O'Driscoll from Edgewood. Carter Wolf on the Thunderation portion of the course.
And here comes Carter Wolf into our view. He's bib 123. Doing a great job on the Super G course.
Just a little bit wide there, but regained nicely for that blue gate. And got right back in position. Carter Wolf at the finish, 38.54.
Up next is bib 150, Michael O'Driscoll, a senior from Edgewood. And in the gate will be 82, Orion Wilson, a freshman from Madison West. Michael O'Driscoll now on court. There he is at the head wall, a senior from Edgewood, Michael O'Driscoll.
Mike making some nice turns here as he comes into the approach to the gate. And across the finish line, Michael O'Driscoll at 40.37.
Next up is bib 82, Orion Wilson, freshman from Madison West. He'll be followed by another freshman, bib 151, Ryan Optikar from Nicolay Shorewood. Here comes Orion Wilson approaching the head wall. First state meet, first Super G here at Mount Lacrosse.
It is an eye-opener, I'm sure, as a freshman to come into this course.
Orion Wilson finishes with a time of 37.16. Up next, we have bib 151, Ryan Optikar, a freshman from Nicolay Shorewood.
Ryan's on course, and on deck behind him is Asa Roth from Frank.
Following Asa will be one of our local racers, bib 2, Lars Gunderson.
We're watching Ryan Optikar come into the front part of the course here. He is letting it go here, that's for sure. Ryan Optikar turns in a time of 37.68. Asa Ross on course now, a sophomore from Franklin. Lars Gunderson waiting to go from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem. On course now, Asa Ross.
Here comes bib 155, Asa Ross, sophomore from Franklin, at the head wall. And in the gate, we have bib 2, Lars Gunderson. Asa does a nice job here. Approaching the finish, Asa's time is a 39.06. Up next is bib number 2, Lars Gunderson, a senior from the Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem program. He'll be followed by bib 37, Benedict Althoff, sophomore from the Lacrosse Logan Central team.
One of the skiing Gunderson brothers. The first time I met Lars was on a chairlift at Big Sky, Montana. I turned to the side and said, "Where are you from?" He said, "Lacrosse, Wisconsin." Anyway, here's Lars Gunderson from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem. Turning in a nice time here in this later seed. Lars hits the finish at 37.14, 37.14.
Up next is bib 37, Benedict Althoff, sophomore from Lacrosse Logan Central. In the gate will be 35, Levi Walters, sophomore from Catholic Memorial.
On course now, Benedict Althoff from Logan Central.
There's Benedict getting a little bit of air there at the head wall. Bib 37.
Benedict Althoff put run together for Logan Central and turning in a time of 37.26. 7.26 on course now. Bib 35, a sophomore from Catholic Memorial, Levi Walters.
And in the start is bib 57, Eli Knutowski, a freshman from Middleton. Levi Walters on course.
Catholic Memorial fans hear Levi coming. I hope that Levi can hear those fans.
Coming into our view now, bib 35, Levi Walters from Catholic Memorial.
Levi Walters putting down a nice run here late in the day. In the boys Super G, Levi Walters from Catholic Memorial across the line at 39.69. On course now, Eli Knutowski from Middleton.
He'll be followed by bib 53, Mason Desai, a sophomore from Menominee Falls. On course, a freshman from Middleton is bib 57, Eli Knutowski. Here comes Eli to the head wall.
Eli's holding some nice speed down this pit. Got a little wide there, got back underneath himself right away. Eli Knutowski from Middleton turns in a time of 38.02. Mason Desai on course next. He is a sophomore from Menominee Falls.
He'll be followed by an insert 127, Jake
Gerend.
Gerend from Whitefish Bay.
Gerend.
And we're looking at bib 53, Mason Desai, a sophomore from Menominee Falls, approaching the head wall. There he is, bib 53, Mason Desai.
It's amazing how close the tips of their skis are to those gates. They still get around them. Mason Desai comes in at 39.45.
Now on course 127, Jake Gerand from Whitefish Bay. Bib 127. He's a freshman.
On deck will be Howard Hayes from Oconomowoc. Jake Gerand, the freshman this year.
And there he is at the head wall, bib 127, Jake Gerand from Whitefish Bay.
Jake putting a nice run together. Again, one of those strong freshmen. And he comes across at 39.50, 39.50 for Jake Gerand. On course now is Howard Hayes from Oconomowoc. On deck is Samuel Litzow from Wauwatosa.
Bib 84 approaching the head wall, Howard Hayes from Oconomowoc. Final Super G of his high school career here. He's a senior at Oconomowoc.
Whoop. Back in it. At just a little loop, but got right back in it. This is Howard Hayes from Oconomowoc. He crosses at 38.70, 38.7 for Howard Hayes. On course now from Wauwatosa, Samuel Litzow.
He'll be
147.
Sorry about that. He'll be followed by 156, Gavin Stenseth, a junior from Rice Lake. We're looking at Samuel Litzow, a senior from Wauwatosa, who will come into our view shortly. There he is, bib 147, Samuel Litzow. Here comes Samuel Litzow from Wauwatosa approaching the finish. And Samuel's time is a 42.70.
On course next, Gavin Stenseth, a junior from Rice Lake, skiing as an independent. He's in bib 156. On deck behind him is Andre Pumala from West Bend. Gavin Stenseth at the head wall, skiing independently from Rice Lake, Wisconsin. Home of our race coordinator, Kathy Price. Also, Rice Lake. Shout out to Rice Lake. Gavin Stenseth on course. And Gavin crosses at 40.55, 40.55.
The next racer is bib 135, Andre Pumala, a freshman from West Bend. He'll be followed by 138, Hakan Heglin, a sophomore from Wisconsin Dells, Sun Prairie.
Watching Andre Pumala have trouble on the course there. Lost a ski. Appears that he will be not finished.
So bib 135, unfortunately, is a DNF. Bib 138, Hakan Heglin, sophomore from Wisconsin Dells, Sun Prairie, is in the start.
Little skid out for Andre. We're glad he's okay, up and able to ski out of there, but he will be did not finish. Leading off next, 138, Hakan Hegland. He'll be followed by Drake Butsky from Slinger Hart. Bib 138 is coming at us. Hakan Hegland, he's on course.
Bib number 97, Drake Butsky, a freshman from Slinger Hartford, is in the start. We're looking at bib 138, Hakan Hegland on course. There he is at the head wall. And again, we apologize if we've mispronounced your name. We're doing the best we can. This is Hakan Hegland from Wisconsin Dells, Sun Prairie, finishing up. And we'll get to his time. Hakan's time is 37.87, 37.87.
On course now, bib 97, Drake Butsky. He's a freshman from Slinger Hartford.
And in the gate is bib 67, Axel Schultes, a junior from the Madison area. Here's Drake Butsky on course, freshman from Slinger Hartford.
Guys are bringing the heat late in the afternoon here, still skiing this really fast course and skiing it well. Drake Butsky crosses at 42.54. Axel Schuldes next is a junior from Madison Memorial, Madison East. Bib 67. He'll be followed by number 90, Brandon Bacon. Axel Schuldes on course.
Axel's looking good at the top portion. Here he comes to the head wall.
Comes pretty instinctive. Some of these kids have been skiing a long time. Axel Schuldes. Bib 67, Madison Memorial, Madison East crosses at 40.79. Axel Schuldes.
Now on course is Bib 90, Brandon Bacon, a senior from Rhinelander Northern Pines. In the start will be 104, Cole Brown, a freshman from the ULS BA LCL Trinity team. Here we're looking at Brandon Bacon at the top of the course. Brandon's a senior. There he is, coming into our view.
Everybody loves Bacon.
The Rhinelander Northern Pines fans are going crazy for Brandon Bacon. And Brandon's time is a 39.19.
Cole Brown up next, Bib 104. He's a freshman from ULS BA LCL Trinity, a co-op team in the Milwaukee area. He's a freshman this year. Cole Brown is on course.
He'll be followed by Bib 19, Finn Rasmussen, a senior from Ashwa Bay. Cole Brown now on course at the head wall. Here he comes, a freshman, Bib 104, Cole Brown to the finish. And Cole's time is a 38.52, 38.52. Our next racer is Bib 19, Finn Rasmussen, a senior from Ashwa Bay.
Finn Rasmussen is going to wrap up seed number 3 for us here. As our final skier in seed 3, and Finn has a little trouble as he loses a ski or two, and unfortunately it did not.
So again, Bib 19, unfortunately, Finn Rasmussen is a DNF. And that will conclude our third seed. We'll be back for the fourth
We are ready to start our next section here. We have bib number 79 on course, James Perkin. James is a junior from Madison West.
And James will be followed by bib 134, Dawson Peterson, sophomore from West Bend. James Firkin approaches the head wall, a junior from Madison West. He's carrying some good speed. The beginning of our fourth seed here. James is holding on here, looking for a finish for his team, Madison West. James's time is a 38.31.
On course now, bib 134, the sophomore from West Bend. We're going to be watching Dawson Peterson on course.
In the start will be 106, Brett Jagger, a freshman from ULSBA LCL Trinity team.
Dawson Peterson in a nice tuck as he heads toward this aerial approach to the head wall. Going from dark to darker almost. It seems like we've lost some of our light here this afternoon. Dawson Peterson from West Bend making short work of this course. He gets in a tuck the last couple of gates and crosses the finish line at 39.15 for Dawson Peterson.
Up next is bib 106, Brett Jager, freshman, and he'll be followed by bib 125, John Egan, a junior from Whitefish Bay. Here's Brett on course.
Brett doing a nice job, taking a conservative approach to that lip, but really got into the course nicely. A bit intimidating at your first Super G race here at the state meet, as this really packed the punch at the bottom part of the course. Brett Jaeger crosses at 40.07.
Up next is bib 125, John Egan from Whitefish Bay, and in the start is bib 93, Jason Lynn, sophomore from Rhinelander Northern Pines.
On course now, John Egan approaching the head wall. Strong skiers coming into this fourth seed here. Course getting a little bit choppy. You can see those skis are just vibrating, bouncing a little bit in the corners if you watch closely. Kind of paying the price of the previous skiers with some ruts there. John Egan through the course at 40.17.
Up next is bib 93, Jason Lynn, a sophomore from Rhinelander Northern Pines. And in the start will be 83, Hunter Collins, a senior from Oconomowoc.
Got Jason Lynn approaching here through the thunderation section of the course. Following that little blue line all the way to the bottom.
And there he is, Jason Lynn at the head wall. From the Rhinelander Northern Pines team, here he comes. Bib 93. And there's Jason Lynn to the finish. Jason's time is a 40.12. 40.12.
On course now, bib number 83, Hunter Collins, a senior from Oconomowoc. On deck behind Hunter is Wesley Ward from Middleton. Here's Hunter Collins. Final run for him in the Super G as well.
Here comes Hunter, hunting down the finish line here, bib 83. And Hunter Collins' time is a 38.07. Up next, we have bib 62, Wesley Ward, a freshman from Middleton.
On deck behind Wesley is Henry Mertz, senior from Marquette. This is Wesley Ward approaching the head.
And there's Wesley, bib number 62, making his way through the course. Bib 62, Wesley Ward, a freshman from Middleton, finishes with a 38.28. Our next racer is bib 46, Henry Mertz, a senior from Marquette. And Henry will be followed by bib 74, Charlie Horbinski from Muskego.
Coming into the head wall section now is Henry Mertz.
And Henry's a senior, so this is his final
Henry's keeping
race.
some nice speed in this line. Turning in a team time for Marquette, 38.93 for Henry Mertz. On course now, Charlie Horbinski, a freshman from Muskego. On deck is Race Johnson from Ashwa Bay. Charlie Horbinski into the front part of the course. Got a little wide there, but got it back up around to catch that blue gate. Spun just a little time off there, but got right back in line. Charlie Horbinski comes across the line at 39.19. 39.19. On course now, bib number 18, a sophomore from Ashwa Bay, Race Johnson.
Following race will be bib 119, Grant Russell, a sophomore from the Wausau area. He'll be followed by bib 13, Kyle Swinehart, junior from Arrowhead. There's Race Johnson at the head wall.
Race Johnson in the race, the Super G race here at the Wisconsin State High School Final. Race Johnson racing for the finish line. You got to keep using that word. When you're at a race with Race, he turns in 39.78.
Nice job by Race Johnson. On course now is bib 119, Grant Russell, sophomore from the Wausau West East DC Everest team. He'll be followed by bib 13, Kyle Swinehart, junior from Arrowhead.
Got Grant Russell coming into the pit here.
And we've got the sun coming out as Grant Russell makes his way through the course. And there's Grant Russell to the finish, bib 119. His time is a 40.48.
Next on course, bib 13 from Arrowhead, Kyle Swinehart.
In the start is bib 31, Finn Fox, a junior from Catholic Memorial.
May have mentioned it before, but these Arrowhead guys do bring it. Here's Kyle Swinehart. Their fans bring it as well. They're cheering him on. Kyle's on fire here late in the middle of seed 4. Kyle Swinehart through the line for Arrowhead at 36.62, a top 20 finish.
Next up is bib 31, Finn Fox from Catholic Memorial. He will be followed by a bib number 1, Matt Arsenault, sophomore from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team.
Here we're watching Finn Fox on the top part of the course. Finn Fox holding the line as he comes through that transition. Finn represents Catholic Memorial as a junior this year.
Catholic Memorial fans are cheering him on. Here comes Finn Fox to the finish. And Finn's time is a 41.10.
Local racer, bib number 1, Matt Arsenault on course. He's a sophomore from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem. On deck behind Matt, Jimmy Kirschlager from Badger. We're watching Matt Arsenault.
And there he is, bib number 1, Matt Arsenault at the head wall. And Matt's doing a nice job holding on there, approaching the finish. And Matt's time is a 41.98, or 1.98 for Matt.
Next up and on course, bib 26, sophomore from Badger, Jimmy Kirschlager. On deck behind Jimmy, Glenn Waterman from Wisconsin Dells. We're watching Jimmy Kirschlager approach the head wall here in some bright sun. Almost tough to look up into that sun from down here. Jimmy Kirschlager making his way down the Super G course. In the pedal to the metal. This is Jimmy Kirschlager from Badger with a time of 38.39.
Up next is bib 140, Glenn Waterman, a junior from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie. And on deck after him will be bib number 101, Austin Merriman, a junior from Slinger, Hartford.
Glenn Waterman on the course. Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie skier.
And there he is at the head wall.
I'm guessing they might train over at Cascade, if I were to guess. Glenn Waterman making his way down the Super G course, and Glenn has a little side out, gets back up on his feet,
I'm going to get a finish
And
for
he's
his
going to
team.
crank for the finish at 40.76. Good instinct there by Glenn Waterman.
Up next, we have bib 101, Austin Merriman, a junior from Slinger, Hartford.
Right behind Austin will be Finn Siebert from Waukesha.
And we are approaching the end of our fourth seed of the boys Super G. At the top there is Austin Merriman from Slinger, Hartford.
Guess would be Little Switzerland for a training house here for Austin Merriman. Making a nice run down this Super G course, and Austin turns in 41.08. On course now from Waukesha, Finn Siebert.
And in the start will be bib 56, Miguel Valdez, a sophomore from Menominee Falls. After Miguel will be one of our local racers, Zach Adams from La Crosse Logan Central.
Got Miguel Valdez on course now from Menominee Falls.
No, not yet.
Oh, sorry, we got Finn Siebert on. I got one ahead. Sorry,
Yep.
folks. Finn Siebert on course.
Here comes Finn, holding on here to get a finish. Sophomore from Waukesha. Finn Siebert time is the 39.65.
Now we're going to move to Miguel Valdez from Menominee Falls. He's on course.
And in the start is bib 36, Zach Adams, one of our local racers from the La Crosse Logan Central team. There's Miguel coming over the head wall. Miguel, a sophomore from Menominee Falls, doing a nice job as he approaches the last few gates here. And Miguel's time is a 42 flat, 42.00 for Miguel.
Next up, bib 36, a sophomore from Logan Central, lives right down the street. His name is Zach Adams.
And he'll be followed by bib 69, Jonathan Carroll, freshman from Madison Memorial Madison East team. Here we are watching Zach come over the head wall.
Shout out to Zach's parents, Dan and Jess. Dan working the course today and Jess working on ski patrol. So some family participation today out of the Adams family. Zach Adams on course, really holding some speed into the bottom portion. And Zach crosses at 38.94.
Our final racer in the fourth seat is bib 69, Jonathan Terrell, a freshman from Madison Memorial Madison East. Here comes Jonathan Terrell, freshman, at the head wall.
Really letting him run. You can tell that he's letting it really go here today. Making sure he's staying at the top of his speed game. Jonathan Terrell as a freshman. He turns in a time of 40.05, rounding out seed number 4. We'll do a quick look at course maintenance, send our team down to make sure everything is good to go. We'll be leading off with seed 5 in just a moment.
We have about 40 racers left in the 2023 State Ski and Snowboard Championship. So stick around. We'll see how this all shakes out. We're going to have awards following the race.
We have been given an all clear for leading off seed number 5 here. It appears our course is ready to go. And on course, we have bib 133, Caleb Finger, a junior from West Bend. On deck behind Caleb will be Brogan DeSnow from Slinger, Hartford. Caleb Finger approaching that sunlit portion of the course here from dark to light. We're watching Caleb Finger.
And here comes Caleb getting through that head wall portion and approaching the last section here. This is Caleb Finger, a junior from West Bend, to the finish. Caleb's time is a 42.95.
Next racer in seed number 5, getting on course, bib 98, Brogan DeSnow. He's a senior from Slinger, Hartford. And on deck behind Brogan will be Lucas Bishop, Rhinelander Northern Pine. Got Brogan DeSnow playing in the snow. Here's Brogan, senior this year. Might as well let him fly on your last race of your career here as a high schooler, and that's what Brogan's doing. Brogan DeSnow, last gate or two of the race, and he's in at 41.87.
Our next racer is Lucas Bishop, a junior from Rhinelander Northern Pines, bib number 91. He'll be followed by bib 118, Keegan Nye, sophomore from Wausau West, East DC. Approaching the head wall is bib 91, Lucas Bishop. And here comes the Rhinelander Northland Pines cheering squad here to cheer on Lucas Bishop. Here's Lucas to the finish. Bishop's time is a 38.68.
On course now, bib 118, a sophomore from Wausau, Keegan Nye. On deck is Emmett Klaus from Marquette. We're watching Keegan Nye on the top portion of the court.
And there's Keegan Nye at the head wall. Bib 118, a sophomore from the Wausau area. Keegan's doing a good job on this portion here, and he approaches the finish. Keegan's time is a 41.48. Up next, we have bib 45, Emmett Klaus, a junior from Marquette.
On deck behind Emmett, Ryan Foley. He's from Whitefish Bay. Emmett Klaus, bib 45 on course.
And there we see Emmett Klaus at the head wall, bib number 45. And we are into our 5th seed of the boys Super G. Here comes Emmett Klaus to the finish. And Emmett's time is a 37.97. Up next, we have bib 126, Brian Foley from Whitefish Bay. Brian will be followed by bib 61, Will Seaborg, a sophomore at Middleton.
Brian Foley on course, representing Whitefish Bay, junior this year. These later seeds do have some rougher conditions to come through, but all of these later seed skiers are handling it really nicely. Ryan Foley putting one together here for Whitefish Bay, turning in a time of 41.18. On course now, Will Seaborg. He's from Middleton. On deck behind Will is Evan Perry from Oconomowoc.
Bib 61, Will Seaborg at the head wall. Here comes Will to the last few gates of Super G. Will Seaborg finishing with a 38.53. Up next, we have bib 86, Evan Perry, a junior from Oconomowoc. Evan will be followed by bib 5, Caden Shams, a freshman from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team.
On course now is Evan Perry from Oconomowoc. Bib number 86, approaching the final head wall here. All these racers doing a great job of maintaining some consistency down that pit to that course, staying on edge. A little wider stance there to adjust for the rut. And Evan Perry comes across at 39.9. On course now from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem. State High School meet debut for Caden Shams.
And he'll be followed by another local racer, bib 40, Aaron Polma, a junior from La Crosse Logan Central. We're looking at Caden Shams at the head wall.
Caden doing a nice job here for a freshman and not showing the fact that it's his first trip to the state tournament. He is holding a really nice line here. Caden Shams coming across the finish line, the time of 38.96. On course now, another local racer, Aaron Polma. He's a junior from Logan Central.
And following Aaron will be bib 24, Finn Hillier, a junior from Badger. At the top part of the course is bib number 40, Aaron Polma.
There's Aaron across the head wall portion into the steeper section of the course, where it really gets a little bit faster and a little bit crazy as you got to continue to make some really tough turns there. Aaron got a little wide, but he got back right on it. Aaron Polma comes across the line with a time of 39.42. Aaron Polma.
Our next racer is bib 24, Finn Hillier, a junior from Badger. He'll be followed by bib 17, Vaughn Hoffman, a freshman from Ashwa Bay.
Of course now, Finn Hillier.
We're about halfway through our fifth seed of the boys Super G. There's Finn Hillier clearing the head wall. Here he comes, bib 24, Finn Hillier, making his way to the finish. Lots of cowbell.
Of course now is Vaughn Hoffman. He's a freshman from Ashwa Bay. Vaughn Hoffman, bib 17, on course. On deck is Nathan Bailey from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie. We're watching Vaughn Hoffman from Ashwa Bay.
Here comes the freshman from Ashwa Bay, bib 17, Vaughn Hoffman. And Vaughn Hoffman finishes with a time of 40.70.
On course now, bib 136 from Wisconsin Dells, Nathan Bailey. On deck is Caleb Kubritsky from Menominee Falls. Nathan Bailey is approaching the head wall. He's a senior this year from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie Co-op team. Nathan Bailey in the steep part of the course here, making his way down the White House run. Some lefts, making some rights, and bringing it on home. Here's Nathan Bailey at 37.77.
Our next racer is bib 54, Caleb Kubrick, a junior from Menominee Falls.
Right behind Caleb will be Andrew Primo. He's a skier from the Milwaukee area, ULS PA LCL Trinity. We're watching Caleb Hubritsky from Menominee Falls.
Lots of cowbell for Caleb.
Caught a little panel there, but he got through the gate. And Caleb Hubritsky finishes with a time of 41.65. 41.65.
Next racer will be 109, Andrew Primo, and he'll be followed by bib 32, Jonah McMahon from Catholic Memorial.
We've got Andrew Primo on course, coming across the head wall. Andrew Primo skiing as a senior this year. Andrew Primo on course, bib 109 coming through the last pitch here. And his time, 41.66. 41.66.
Our next racer is bib 32, Jonah McMahon, a senior from Catholic Memorial. And after Jonah will be bib 114, Ian Roberts from Waukesha. And we had a slight hold for the gate repair, but we're back in action. Bib number 32, Jonah McMahon, is now on course. Following Jonah will be bib 114, Ian Roberts from Waukesha.
Jonah McMahon on course now. He's a senior from Catholic Memorial, finishing out his high school racing career. Catholic Memorial fans are on fire here for Jonah. Putting it all out there for his last run of his senior year. Jonah McMahon comes across the line, 41.71. On course now, a sophomore from Waukesha. 114 is the bib number. Ian Roberts is the skier.
In the start is 81, Magnus Oistad, sophomore from Madison West.
We're watching Ian Roberts here, a sophomore from Waukesha, bringing us to the ending zone of our seed number 5 here. Ian Roberts approaches the steepest part of the course on this men's Super G. Roberts from Waukesha, Wisconsin, skiing for the Waukesha team, and Ian across the line at 43.35.
Up next is bib 81, Magnus Oistad, sophomore from Madison West. He'll be followed by bib 14, Gus Wolf from Arrowhead.
We're watching Magnus Oistad here work through the top part of the course. Getting a pretty good look at him now that the light has been controlled a little bit behind the bluff. Magnus Oistad skiing through some of those ruts from those prior skiers, but holding a line nicely. From Madison West, sophomore this year. Make some noise. Magnus Oistad comes across at 37.79.
Next up is bib 14, Gus Wolf, a sophomore from Arrowhead.
And Gus will be followed by Xavier Bauer from Muskego. Getting to the end of our number 5 seed here. This is Gus Wolf from Arrowhead.
There he is at the head wall. Sophomore from Arrowhead, Gus Wolf.
Spoke too soon on that bright sun. Here it is peeking at us again. Gus Wolf not letting that affect his performance as he crosses the line at 37.12 for Gus Wolf. On course now, bib 70, Xavier Bauer. He's a junior from Muskego.
And wrapping up the 5th seed will be bib 65, George Hyslop, freshman from Madison Memorial, Madison East. And Xavier Bauer is now on course. And Xavier is making his way toward the head wall. There he is. Bib number 70, a junior from Muskego, Xavier Bauer. In the start, bib 65, George Hyslop, freshman from the Madison area. Here comes Xavier Bauer toward the finish. And Xavier's time is a 40.64.
What a weekend of racing we've had here, Amy. These guys just keep coming at it. Our next and final racer here for seed number 5, a freshman from Madison, George Hyslop, on course.
And bib 65, George Hyslop, is at the head wall. He's a freshman from Madison Memorial, Madison East Co-op.
Here comes George Hyslop, the freshman making his debut here at the state meet.
And let's hear it for George Hyslop as he finishes with a 1.01.08.
That wraps up seed number 5 here at the Wisconsin State High School Finals for the boys Super G. We will be starting seed number 6 in just a moment. As soon as we clear this course, we'll be ready to rock.
And just one final reminder that if you would like to purchase some state apparel, you can still do so. If we don't have the right size or color, the item that you want inside, you can still order online starting tomorrow. go to the state website and click on the apparel button, and you can order whatever you want. It'll be delivered to your house for a small fee, and it helps support the state meet, paying for insurance and the medals and trophies. So we really appreciate your help. So if you want to, please go to the website from tomorrow till next Tuesday, and order something for yourself and help support the state meet.
I'm going to put a little shout out to my partner here, Amy Schwartz. We were just talking in the booth here a moment ago. I'm a reasonable newcomer to this spot with about 3 or 4 seasons behind me, but Amy thinks she's been doing this for around 15 or more years. So, folks out there, I'd like to have a little round of applause for my co-announcer, Amy Schwartz, who makes this thing happen here, makes it really easy and really fun, and hopefully provides a great show for you and all these athletes. So, Amy, great job across 15 or more years.
Thank you, Rich. And Rich is awesome. It's been fun having him here the last couple years, and hopefully we can continue to do this.
And let's continue with Carson Gordon. He's bib number 112. He's on course now. He's a sophomore from Waukesha.
And he'll be followed by bib 72, Lucas Deitzler, a junior from Muskego.
We're watching Carson Gordon from Waukesha. He's just bringing in the first skier of seat number 6 here for us this afternoon. About 20-plus skiers in this seed, and we're winding down our 3-day event here at the Wisconsin State Finals. Carson Gordon approaching the finish line from Waukesha at 43.48.
Up next is bib 72, Lucas Deitzler, a junior from Muskego. In the start is 130, Joseph Rollinger, senior from Whitefish Bay.
We're watching Lucas Deitzler, a junior from Muskego, on the course. He transitions from the Thunderation course to the White House course. The whole thing changes right about there. Lucas Deitzler bringing it one down for Muskego here. Bringing in some team scores for Team Muskego. This is Lucas Deitzler. He's a junior this year and brings it home at 41.3. On course now, Joseph Rollinger, bib 130. He's a senior from Whitefish Bay.
And in the start will be bib 76, Alex Burns, a sophomore from Madison West. We're looking at 130, Joseph Rollinger, senior from Whitefish Bay, as he approaches the head wall.
Comes Joe. Joe standing strong on those corners there, making the last few tough corners before he gets into this straight flush to the bottom. Joe Rollinger from Whitefish Bay, last run of his career, 42.89. On course now, bib 76. Sophomore from Madison. This is Alex Burns.
And in the start is bib 28, Matt Zinkowicz, senior from Badger. And we are watching bib 76, Alex Burns, on the top of the course, now approaching the head wall. And here comes Alex, sophomore from Madison West, making his way through the Super G course. Here he comes. Alex Burns, bib 76. And Alex finishes with a time of 38.29.
On course now, bib number 28, senior from Badger, Matt Zinkowicz. Matt will be followed by Jake Courchain from Menominee Falls. This is Matt Zinkowicz on course.
And here comes bib 28, Matt Zinkowicz, a senior from Badger, approaching the head wall. And again, in the start, we have bib 51, Jake Courchain, a freshman from Menominee Falls. Here's Matt, senior, his final Super G at the high school racer. Matt Zinkowicz approaching the finish. And Matt's time is a 46.32.
On course now, bib 51, Jake Courchain from Menominee Falls. He's a freshman this year. He's going to be followed by a junior from Aquinas, Alaska, Nathan Wintizer. This is Jake Courchain. Jake letting him run here for his freshman debut, and has a little problem at that red gate there.
He was going for it.
He was really looking good beforehand.
Hopefully he's okay. Unfortunately, Jake will be did not finish. 51 did not finish. But a good effort by Jake Courchain. So it looks like Jake is okay. And that's what's most important. Good job, Jake. Our next racer is bib 7, Nathan Windheiser, a junior from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team. He'll be followed by bib 10, David Mann, a senior from Arrowhead.
On course now, bib 7, Nathan Windheiser from Aquinas, Alaska West Salem. Junior this year.
And here comes bib number 7, Nathan Windheiser from the AOWS squad. He'll be followed by bib 10, David Mann from Arrowhead. Here comes Nathan toward the finish. Nathan Windheiser finishes with a time of 43.86, or 3.86.
On course now, bib number 10, David Mann from Arrowhead. He's a senior this year. Behind David, on deck is Brody Kowieski from Rhinelander Northern Pines. Here comes David Mann from Arrowhead.
This is David's final Super G as a high school racer. He's a senior from Arrowhead.
David's looking really strong here coming into this final race here, and he turns in a time of 38.48, Dave Mann.
Up next is bib 92, Brody Kowieski, sophomore from Rhinelander Northern Pines.
Behind Brody will be Woody Tischer from Wausau.
We're watching bib 92, Brody Kowieski, sophomore from the Rhinelander Northern Pines team. Brody is now at the head wall.
Close at their skis, you can see more and more chatter coming up as we get later in the day here, but he's handling it nicely. Nice fluid knees, fluid legs. Brody Kowieski, Rhinelander Northern Pines at 43.86.
Our next racer is bib 121, Woody Tischer, a sophomore from Wausau West East DC Everest team. In the gate will be 102, Daniel Muro, a junior from Slinger, Hartford.
Here's Woody Tischer at the head wall. Sophomore from Wausau.
Woody's doing a nice job. Woody from Wausau.
Woody Tischer getting in the tuck the last couple of gates. He crosses the line with a time of 41.52. On course now, bib 102, Daniel Muro from Slinger, Hartford, followed by Josh Pochinski from Oconomowoc.
And bib 102, Daniel Muro, a junior from Slinger, Hartford, comes into view on this Super G course. Oh, unfortunately, Daniel lost a ski. Hopefully he'll be okay. Bib number 102, unfortunately, did not finish. Our next racer will be bib 87, Josh Pochinski, senior from Oconomowoc. In the start will be bib 59, Blake Lindsay from Middleton. And again, thank you to our course workers. Thank you for helping us out in a lot of different ways. Thanks, B8, for getting that ski back to the skier. Our next racer is bib 87, Josh Pochinski, a senior from Oconomowoc. He's in the start.
On deck behind Josh will be Blake Lindsay, a junior from Middleton. On course, a senior from Oconomowoc, bib 87. This is Josh Pochinski.
And there he is at the head wall, bib 87, Josh Pochinski, a senior from Oconomowoc. His last race of his high school career. Doing a nice job on this course. And he's approaching the finish. Bib 87, Josh Pochinski. His time is a 42.76.
Bib 59 up next, junior from Middleton, Blake Lindsay. On deck behind Blake is Cameron Kaiser, sophomore from ULS PA LCL Trinity. On course now we have Blake Lindsay. Blake in about the middle of the 6th seed here, so about 15 or so more racers to go as we close out our final 2023 Wisconsin High School Ski and Snowboard State Championship. We've got Blake Lindsay on the course from Middleton. He's a junior this year with a time of 39.77.
And Blake got some air at that head wall and looked like he was having fun. Next racer is 107, Cameron Kaiser, a sophomore from the Milwaukee area. He'll be followed by bib number 139, Luke Sjogren from the Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie team. At the top of the course now is 107, Cameron Kaiser.
Cameron Kaiser unfortunately lost a little ski coming into the head wall and is disappointed but not hurt. Cameron Kaiser, unfortunately, bib 107 will be a DNF.
Fortunately, Cameron's a sophomore, so hopefully he'll be back.
Getting staged and ready to go, 2 more racers. Luke Sjogren first. He's a junior from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie. He'll be followed by Garrett Vandenzande from Logan Central. Been corrected to Vandezand. Garrett Vandezand will be following Luke Sjogren.
And we are back to racing. Our racer 139, Luke Sjogren, is on course. So we have Luke Sjogren in the start. He'll be followed by Garrett Vandezand, a junior from La Crosse Logan Central. And Luke Sjogren from Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie is now on course. And Luke with his bright orange helmet making his way toward the head wall. Here he comes. Bib 139, Luke Sjogren on court.
Skiing late in the day here, late in the seed as a junior, and he's putting on a nice run here. Let's see what he's got at the finish line. Luke Sjogren comes across at 40.08. 40.08.
Up next is one of my former students, bib 42, Garrett Vandezand, a junior from La Crosse Logan Central. He is on court.
Right behind Garrett, Luke Allen is waiting to go. He's from Ashwaubenon.
We're getting right down to the very end of our racing for the day in our 6th seed. Here comes Garrett Vandezand, junior from the La Crosse Logan Central team, making his way toward the head wall. And he's bib 42, Garrett Vandezand on course. Picking up some speed there, but handling it pretty well. And here he comes, bib 42, Garrett Vandezand to the finish. His time is a 42.46.
On course now, bib number 15, a freshman from Ashwaubenon. Let's welcome Luke Allen to the course.
And in the starters, bib 64, Mason Herda. Looks like 64, Mason Herda is a did not start. Bib 64, Mason Herda is a did not start. We're looking at Luke Allen on course, a freshman from Ashwa Bay.
Hard to see Luke against the sun there, but he's coming down the mountain.
There
Here's
he is.
Luke Allen popping out of the clouds. Here's Luke Allen from Ashwa Bay at 43.49. Up next, bib 33, Peter Miller. He's a freshman from Catholic Memorial.
He'll be followed by our final racer of the day, bib 43, Henry Ackley, a junior from Marquette. Here comes Peter Miller toward the head wall. There he is, our freshman from Catholic Memorial, Peter Miller on course.
Our fans have not lost 1 minute of enthusiasm at the end of the day here. They're cheering Peter Miller on.
This is bib 33, Peter Miller. And he has a finish of 44.38. 44.38. And now we have a 43, Henry Ackley, a junior from Marquette.
Henry Ackley on course, winding down and winding out, finishing up, I should say, our Super G race here. 3 days of racing, and we've had a fantastic weekend here at Mount Crosse. Our last and final racer on course, Henry Ackley from Marquette.
And there he is coming into view, bib number 43, Henry Ackley from Marquette on course. Holding on there, and
comes Henry Ackley. Crosses the line at 39.03. Henry Ackley, our final racer of the 2023 Wisconsin State High School Ski and Snowboard Championship.
And that's a wrap. What we have left is cleanup and awards. So it looks like our top finisher is Noah Bindis. Our second place, Charlie Bruss. Third place, Max Robella. Fourth, Trip Hillier. 5, we have a tie with Landon Westfall and Chase Raven. So lots of great racing today. Thank you so much for coming out. Great fans, great parents, great coaches, great workers.
Great athletes, great staff. We have had a blast. We hope that everybody here has had as much fun as we have.
That's right. Thank you so much, Fritz Rice. And I'm Amy Schwartz, and we'll do awards as soon as possible.
That's a wrap for the 2023 Wisconsin State High School Ski and Snowboard Championships.
See you later.
Attention racers and coaches. We do have 3 DSQs to report. The report was filed at 4:21, so you have 15 minutes till 4:37. 126, Ryan Foley. Bib 126, Ryan Foley. Bib number 70, Xavier Bauer. Bib 70, Xavier Bauer. Bib 132, Mason Dorn. 132, Mason Dorn. 3 DSQs for the men's Super G.
Are we live? We are live. All right. Just about ready to get started with the award. Just wanted to thank everybody for putting on a great show, all you skiers. We all really enjoyed it. And thank you for all of the helpers. Mount Lacrosse for putting this on. Bill Patha for being the chief race coordinator at the Hill. I want to thank our WIARA board for everything they do all year long. Especially we've got a couple of gentlemen over here who do more than their share. John Seatman, Rod, thank you guys. You guys both all year long go above and beyond for this organization, make things. Okay, and again, of course, Kathy and Kelly that are the race administrators, run the office, get us organized for our yearly meetings, bi-yearly meetings. Okay, so anyway, thank you. Hope you all had a great time. And want awards? All right, let's do awards. I'm going to hand it over to my sister-in-law, Amy, to announce the award. And again, congratulations to everybody.
ET time, volume please. I'm kind of loud compared to interstate sound. I'm loud. All right, thanks everybody. It was a great 3-day week. Hello. We are going to do the girls GS top 5 place winners. Been a long. We'll go boys GS. All right. And we have the top. Anyway, okay. Boys GS, we have a tie. I'm right here. Hello. Go on the right here. All right. I like it over here. All right. So we have the boys GS top 5 and well, it keeps cutting out, guys. So we'll go boys GS top 5. We have a tie for 5th place with 29.71. Tie between the AOWS racer Patrick Gunderson and Middleton's Jude Kunkel. In 4th place with a time of 29.69 from Marquette, Jack Steiner. All right, in 3rd place with a time of 29.47 from Arrowhead, Charlie Bruss. In 2nd place with a time of 29.35 from Muskego, Noah Bindus. And in 1st place for the boys GS with a time of 28.97 from Arrowhead, Mac Rabella. Here are the top boys GS racers in the state of Wisconsin. And now we'll do the girls Super G top 5 place winners. In 5th place with a time of 39.15 from Divine Savior Holy Angels, Peyton Bradford. In 4th place with a time of 39.09, Wausau Homeschool, Grace Hurley. In 3rd place with a time of 38.98 from Mukwonago, Elsie Kamisek. It's a tough one for me. Sorry, Elsie. In 2nd place with a time of 38.58 from Badger, Ellie Hearn. And in 1st place with a time of 38.16 from Rhinelander Northland Pines, clean sweep, Tommy Joe Springer. I have And now for the boys Super top 5. In 5th place with a time of 35.62 from Badger, Trip Hillier. In 4th place with a time of 34.97 from Arrowhead, Matt Robella. In 3rd place with a time of 34.71 from Arrowhead, Charlie Bruss. In 2nd place for the boys Super G with a time of 33.82 from Muskego, Noah Bindes. Right. Yeah, I question played. We'll fix. Okay, I think sorry guys. Do over. So we actually have a tie for 5th place. You guys were right. And those two are Chase Raven, and Landon Westfall. Chase from Hudson. And now in 4th place, we have Trip Hillier. In third place, we have Mac Rabella. In second place, we have Charlie Brust. And in first place, we have Noah Bindes. And next, we're going to announce top 5 girls ski racers combined results. In fifth place from Menominee Falls with 30 points, Lauren Bickler. In fourth place with 17 points from Mukwonago, Elsie Michek. Yeah, Elsie Michek. Metsik. Kamichek. So sorry, Elsie. In third place with 16 points from Badger, Ellie Hearn. In second place with 10 total points from DSHA, Peyton Bradford. And in first place with a total of 3 points from Rhinelander Northland Pines, our champion, Tommy Joe Springer. Hardware. Oh. Here are our top 5 female ski racers of 2023. Congratulations, ladies. Now I'm going to announce top 5 boy racers, and we have in fifth place with 26 points from Badger, Jack Clark. In fourth place with a total of 24 points from Oconomowoc, Austin Steiner. In third place with a total of 9 points from Arrowhead, Mac Rabella. In second place with a total of 8 points from Arrowhead, Charlie Brust. And in first place, our champion today with a total of 5 points from Muskego, Noah Bindes. They're reenacting something from years ago. Woo! Bill Patza. Congratulations. Heavier was what, kindergartner? right, we are ready to announce girls' team scores. So this year we have 2 divisions, and we are going to announce the Division 2 top 5 teams, starting with the ladies. And please come up and receive your medals. And then the top 3 teams give trophies. However, okay, so because we have 2 divisions, we whoever ordered the medals didn't order enough medals for both divisions, only enough for one division. Definitely you will get your medals, but what we're going to do today is we are going to use one set of medals so that everybody can have their pictures taken with the medals, and then we are going to get more medals made, send them to you. So we apologize, kind of our maiden voyage with the 2 divisions, and we're really sorry, but you know you're going to get it. So
we're going to give you the medals in Division 2 for pictures. You'll give back so we can give them to Division 1. They'll keep them, and then we will send them to school. We apologize. I'm not sure how it happened, but it did, and we'll get it straightened out for you. We do have the trophies for the top 3.
all right, so here we go with the ladies' top 5 teams. In 5th place, so this is Division 2, 5th place, a total of 623 points. The University School of Milwaukee. University School of Milwaukee. Anyone? Right. Yeah. In 4th place with 550 points, the team from Cuba City, Mount Horeb, and Belmont. So this is 4th place. Good job, ladies. Coach get medals too. Temporary ones. Congratulations to the Cuba City Mount Horeb Belmont Co-op with their 4th place finish. Now, sorry about that, guys. Congratulations. In 3rd place with a total of 492 points, the team from Badger. Somebody dropped. Okay, hold on, ladies. Get a trophy too. Congratulations, ladies. You get to keep the trophy, but we need to have the medals back. And now for the Division II second place team with a total of 390 points, Kettle Moraine. Congratulations, Kettle Moraine. You can keep the trophy, but we would like the medals back for now. And now for the Division II Championship E team with a total of 236 points, Divine Savior Holy Angels. So coach medals 2. Congratulations. Now, we'll boys Division 2. All right, now I'll announce the top 5 teams in Division 2. Boys. Here we go. In 5th place, with a total of 651 points, ULS VA LCL Trinity. All right, way to go! Woo! Happy birthday to William Morgan yesterday. Happy 18th. And now our 4th place team with a total of 503 points, Oconomowoc. Congratulations, Oconomowoc. And now for our third place boys ski team with a total of 462 points. Onalaska Aquinas West Salem Co-op, AOWS. Right, you guys get the trophy too. Congratulations, AOWS. And now our Division 2 second place winner with 376 points, Badger. And now for the Division 2 champion with 340 points, Marquette. Here are the Division 2 state champs, Marquette Hilltoppers. And now I'll announce the Division 1 combined team scores, top 5 teams. In 5th place with a total of 487 points, Wisconsin Heights Memorial. Girls, sorry. And now for the 4th place team in Division 1 with a total of 479 points, Madison West. Congratulations, Madison West. And now for our 3rd place combined team score for Division 1 girls skiers, Menominee Falls. Congratulations, Menominee Falls. And now for our 2nd place team with a total of 318 points for the ladies, West Bend. Congratulations, West Bend. Guys, the medals. And now for Division 1, the 2023 Girls State Champions with a total of 254 points, Arrowhead. Here are the Division I state champions from Arrowhead. And now I'll announce the Division I boys team scores. In 5th place with a total of 496 points, Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie. Congratulations, Wisconsin Dells Sun Prairie. And now our 4th place team with a total of 496 points. We have Madison West. Congratulations, Madison West. And now the 3rd place Division I team, the total of 478 points, Middleton. Congratulations, Middleton. And now our Division I boys ski team, 2nd place winners with 386 points, La Crosse Logan Central. Congratulations, La Crosse Logan Central. And now for the Division I boys ski team champions with a total of 119 points, Arrowhead. Here are the Arrowhead Champions 2023 Ski Champions. So would the Arrowhead girls get up to the podium? While they're doing that, just another reminder, you can still order team or ski apparel to support the state meet. You can go online starting tomorrow through next Tuesday. Just go to the state website, click on apparel, and order whatever you want. They'll deliver it to your door. And now we need to announce the Eastern team qualifiers.
All right, everybody. Hey, congratulations to all the team champions. Individual. I'm Rod Olson, and I am going to go through the Eastern High School National Team qualifiers as well as give you a little bit of information on it. Okay, it's a quick turnaround again this time. We've got about a week and 2 days to get out. So there's some pressure on everybody to either commit or say you're not going to make it. We need to have commitments by Wednesday. The reason we have to have them that soon is that we need to allow anyone that was an alternate to travel. This year's event will be out at Cannon Mountain. Athletes and their families are responsible for getting out there, fly out, and then there are a block of rooms that are saved till the 4th at Hampton and Littleton. So some dates to keep aware of there. Tonight, after I announce this down in where we had the apparel sales, I'll have all the paperwork to take with you or commit right in. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to read through the go through the girls first, and I'm also going to list all of the way that the alternates are chosen. I can't say who's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 because somebody may drop that guest pick. Go by you lose a slalom skier. Pick. Okay. So for the girls team, our first qualifier is Tommy Joe Springer. Our second is Olivia Hutchins. You want to come up? Olivia still here? Come on up. We'll have you line up. Third, Peyton Bradford. Fourth, Charlotte Matheson. Number 5, Brenna Butler. Number 6, Grace Callio. Elsie Kamisic, number 7. Grace Hurley is number 8. Ellie Seepman, number 9. Ellie Hearn, number 10. Lauren Bickler, number 11. And Riley Dorr, number 12. The alternates are Marie Schwabe, Annalise Hauer, Emma Bailey, Monica Warzine, Samantha Hurling, Sydney Madison, then some more alternates, Solveig Schmidt, Channing Schmidt, Megan Isabel, and that rounds out our alternate. Now, if a bunch of ladies do not want to go, we continue to go deeper until we fill the team. Need to take 12 skiers out there. So this is your group, guys. Oh, get that in here. All right, thanks, ladies. All right, before I read off the boys, I want to introduce our head coach that's going out there. George Lumens, you want to come up or take a wave, or what do you want to do? He'll wave. George Lumens is going to be our head coach this year. John Steepman's going to go out there as the assistant. All right, we'll read off the boys. Number 1, Max Ravella. Number 2, Noah Bindis. Number 3, Charlie Bruss. Number 4, Jack Steiner. Number 5, Patrick Gunderson. Number 6, Jude Kunkel. Number 7, Chase Raven. Number 8, Jack Clark. Number 9, Eric Moore. Number 10, Austin Steiner. Number 11, Owen Fennick. Number 12, Cullen Sack. Alternates are Trip Hiller, Landon Westfall, Stefan Kovac, Ryan Patterson, Peter Waterman, Bodie Stevens, William Morgan, Sam Hogland, also Simon Bartos, Leighton Jasperson, and Gus Wolf. So that's your team in the alternate. Let's make sure if you are named in those top 12, please pick up your paperwork tonight. If you're an alternate, either take a picture of that, or if there's enough paperwork left, take that as well. I'll need commitments by all of you by tonight, no later than Wednesday. Yeah, so, oh, I'm sorry. We We need some. Coach John is the team jacket. If you pay tonight, you can take your team jacket with you. Jackets are ready for the team to wear out there this year.